Just hoping for the best that this works. See who the first person or people that join are. I need to set up the chat. Should have probably done this before. Because it's probably not gonna work. Let's see. Hello, everyone. Looks like it is working. That's crazy. WTF rare. It is. I'm kind of testing it, so I will explain why I'm doing this later, but I need to just wait a bit. Everything's working. Hello everyone. I'm surprised there's people here because it is super late where I am. Like that. Hello everyone. So you actually stream? I did, you know, it's 8 p.m. It's like 3 a.m. where I am, so, or 2 a.m. 8 p.m. That's not that bad then. I mean, I guess most people are gonna be from the US. But it is what it is. It's like every time I've streamed, there's like a large time between I've done it, so I've lost my old like setup. So every time I've had to like redo everything. So I'm not entirely sure if everything works every time I have to redo it, but it seems like this is working. I'm not up late. I woke up like at 1 a.m. because that's just how I am. The USA has different time zones. Yeah. But I assume they're somewhat like similar to each other. Maybe I'm wrong. Is the winter album coming in 26? I don't know. Like, albums is difficult because unlike just releasing like many singles, an album, in my opinion, has to be kind of, every song has to kind of be tangentially related to the other songs. It has to kind of tell a long story. That's something I haven't really done with music before. So it's kind of like, you know. But I am working on lots of music. Eventually, I do want to only use songs that I create in my own videos. So 1720 in mainland US. See, that's reasonable. That's way more reasonable. I don't expect anyone to watch this if it's 2 a.m. where they live, but, you know. Hello, everyone. Hello, Eric Flores. Damn, it's literally the same with the photography. Random songs are gonna feel too chaotic. Yeah. Like, usually when I listen to good albums, it's like you can listen to the entire album like it's kind of a playlist that's cohesive. Obviously, you don't want random songs. Which kind of sucks, because the music I make is so varied and, like, mostly electronic related, of course, but they're usually, like, different themes. Like every song I create, so it's just something new. I've been trying to make one, of course, but it takes time. I guess after the first one, it'll be easier, but... You fuck with Pink Floyd? I love Pink Floyd, of course. I actually like a lot of their earlier... So this is gonna maybe sound a bit, like, corny, but... I like like their first albums when Syd Barrett was still in the band. Like, I'm a big fan of Syd Barrett, especially his like his own music projects. Evil ass villain chair. It is okay. It's not that evil. It's just it's kind of big compared to me, so it looks like, I don't know. It's comfortable. Thank you for all Linux videos. I've learned a lot, especially around rising. That's good to hear. I of course hope they're very, very useful. What model are your headphones? I use Bayer Dynamic headphones. I think these are the DT800 Pros or something. Style is legit. I like to think of my style as just, I don't know. It's not really something I think about, so when other people comment about it, it's a bit, it's like, I guess I'm just bad at taking compliments. Am I accepted if I use Quickshell? Quickshell it's my favorite like way to create like a GUI or like custom things. I don't mind EU or like those kinds of things, but Quickshell is the most flexible framework. I feel like you can even just create an application using Quickshell at this point. Obviously you wouldn't, but it's possible. You have a Discord server. I do have a Discord server. I think, I'm not entirely sure if this works, but... Okay, yeah, that didn't work. I tried. Hello, Aubrey. NixOS Cult sent me here as official representative to observe. Or you tried NixOS? I've of course tried Nix. I've tried a lot of Linux distributions. More than NixOS itself. Oh wait, it actually did work. Well, I guess it only works on Twitch. Whatever, the command. That's crazy. I guess I need to set it up for... Do you play KSP? I used to. Anyways, my current passion project is of course the videos that I make, and I also code a lot. I think way more than people usually think. I code a lot. Hi from Tbilisi, running Cache OS last 6 months. I will probably eventually review Cache OS. Do you do anything for work? I'm a programmer, so I code. I would of course share more details about what I do professionally, but it's not really something I can do and like are comfortable doing. Because it's kind of just lame, you know? I guess you just have to make do with what you have. So, right, about NixOS, I actually like using NixOS on Arch. I like, not NixOS on, I like using Nix on Arch, like the package manager, especially for coding stuff. NDA, my cure is like, I can't share anything. That's the thing, it's like, you can't share anything, but it's not, it makes people think that it's something cool, but it's not. It's just lame. Hello, Spider-Man. Hello, Tarek. What is your favorite bootloader? I made Grub to boot for my 670mm. I actually, this is probably not very popular, but not very popular amongst like the hardcore systemd haters, but I use systemd boot. I don't care about, if it works, it works, you know? When systemd does something like fucking terrible and it stops working, then I'll switch, right? But I like systemd boot. Like when I'm using my computer, if the bootloader does its job, I stop thinking about it. I'm not going to like... I'm not gonna fuss over it. Do you have any inspirations for the vibe I achieve for my videos? That's a hard question. Usually music. If you watch my videos, you notice that it's very sound design oriented, and usually that is because of the music that I like to listen to. What sort of shell do you use? I'm not entirely sure I understand that question. Hello, Sky. Hello, Marco. Sorry if I miss any comments, by the way, or any like chat messages, because it's like hard to keep track. What music do you like? I listen to a lot of music. I have a very, very wide taste, and it depends on like my season. So like 1 month I'll be interested in one genre, the other in another genre. Sometimes like psychedelic rock, sometimes trance, and I guess more like techno-oriented stuff. Sometimes breaks and drum and bass and jungle, and other times, you know, like more classic music. Shell is in Bash. Oh, okay. Yeah, I use Bash. I'm used to Bash, and I kind of... like, ever since I started using Linux, I've used Bash, so I kind of don't feel like I want to switch to CSH or Fish, because I don't want to... I feel like there's no benefit. Maybe I'm wrong, I need to try it. I haven't tried it, but I feel like there wouldn't be much of a benefit. Hello, Pip3 guy. Have you listened to any artcore? There's some really great music out there. I don't think I have. What's your opinion on Lisp? I've never actually used Lisp. Do you have a job? Indeed, I do. Rare stream spottings. I will try to stream a bit more. I know I don't do it often. It's just I'm kind of busy. Also, so the webcam I'm using is actually not my webcam. It's a main cam. It's the camera I use for everything. Hello, Bonnie. Thank you for subscribing. It is very appreciated. You'll get to enjoy the Team Fortress 2 notification sound. Anyways, the camera I'm using, it's a suboptimal setup because it's running on its battery, which means it's gonna run out eventually. I should probably open up both chats at the same time, because like watching it from my own stream is kind of that's like a terrible idea. Give me a second. What tea are you drinking? I'm drinking black tea because I pretty much just woke up. That's what I drink when I wake up. How the fuck do I do this? I haven't used Twitch in such a long time. I feel like a boomer when I try to use it. What? There. Perfect. Now I can read both chats. Can you speak another language? I can speak Swedish and English. Swedish is my native language, so... Isn't there a bundle for the two? Do you use any other editor / IDE than NeoVim? So I use NeoVim, obviously I use NeoVim, and I use Zed. I like Zed quite a lot. Back to Twitch. Ideally people would watch from Twitch, but I don't really care. I think I have lots of actually I don't even know what like extension emotes I have. My favorite gremlin is streaming. Hello. Your favorite gremlin even. How did you come up with the color green for the background? Believe it or not, green might be my favorite color. I know, it's very surprising. Hello, Benari. I'm doing decent. From Russia or something next to Russia. I don't know why a lot of people think I'm from Russia. I don't think I have the vibes of someone that's from Russia. Zed, if VS Code and NeoVim had a kid. I mean, I like Zed. Can't type for 10 minutes on Twitch. It's because I kind of don't want trolls to like have free reign. I have to kind of compete against them somehow. So apologies, but maybe I should disable that. I don't even know how the fuck I disable that. Followers only chat. There, I'll do any followers. Boom. You give off French vibes, actually. Everyone is saying a different country at this point. Russian, French, Finnish. KW, I'm from Russia. I think there's plenty of people from Russia that watch the videos. I know in the Discord server there's a lot of Russian people. I immediately thought you were Swedish. I think I might have a Swedish accent a bit. You can also set up words to be auto-banned out of your Twitch chat. I think I have a long time ago. I'm not entirely sure. Hello, CPU. I'm getting Antarctican vibes. Is no one getting Martian vibes? I guess I don't really look like a Martian. VSOCO. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but hello. I'm glad you liked the channel. Swedish makes sense. I have heard it a lot in the Satisfactory dev vids. It's one of my favorite games, I think. I like Satisfactory. Do you think it's worthy to learn code without a good theoretical foundation, like basically just fucking around doing projects? Yes, learning by doing is probably the best way to learn. As long as you get progress, like you spend time trying to create something, if you don't manage to create it, you probably need to learn some more theoretical things, but usually, like, the way I learned coding was because I wanted to create games, so I would just start trying to make games and, like, used coding as a tool. Linus Torvalds is actually Finnish, is he not? I think He speaks Swedish, but he's Finnish. Glorpian vibes. TB303, yes. Have you used MX Linux? I have not. Carl Patrick, hello. Hope you're doing well. Try, fail, study why, improve. I agree. Thoughts on messing with Kubernetes? I've used Kubernetes. Obviously very, very useful tool, but man, it is difficult and annoying to set up a good cluster. I've only used Kubernetes for work. Creating a Kubernetes cluster on AWS is probably the worst experience I've ever had. So I'm a programmer, but sometimes clients want me to do like handle server things as well, which I can do. So. You said you wanted to code as a tool for game development. Do you still continue that interest? I do still do game dev. In fact, there's the Ludum Dare game jam in like 4 days. I might participate. I'm not sure. Ari Boy says good morning. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Niui. Much appreciated. I wonder, is there a message with donations? I didn't see it. Dinky, how good is Nyarch? Actually, I haven't tried it. I'd assume the thing with every Arch-based Linux distro is they're kind of, you know, even if it's like a meme distro. TF2 notification sound hit me like a sleeper agent. That's why I have it. I just, every time I hear that sound, I get flashbacks. What kind of musical instruments do you own? Guitars and digital pianos. Those are the instruments that I play. I do have a flute as well, but I haven't really practiced playing the alto flute too much. Any opinion on immutable distros? I mean, they're good, like SteamOS and Bazzite. I wouldn't use them myself because I need mutability. It's very important to me, but if you're scared of messing something up, of course, it would be good. It does match, you know, like the Steam Deck's use. Dinky, if you were stranded in the Amazon River, which Linux distribution would bring you the most at peace? I would use Arch if I had to choose any kind of... Like, if I had to pick one, I would use Arch. Like, the Arch user repository would be very useful if you were stranded somewhere. What microphone are you using? And what made you choose this microphone specifically for your voice? I use a Rode microphone. I think it's called the NT1. I just picked it. I think it has good reviews. It's good for the price. So, do you like Artix? I like Arch, so I like Artix. That is my thought process. I don't really care for using like other... Like, I use System D. But if other people want to use Runit or like other... I think it's fine, but it's just... Thank you. What is the funniest number? These are the real questions people are asking. Is the jungle Amazon or Bezos Amazon? I switched to Cache, but still use StreamerBot on a Windows laptop. I had to resort to sending SSH commands to play one-shot SF sound effects. I don't think I will ever Use Windows again, unless, well, of course, unless I need to test software. Would you ever do a dinky game jam? I don't know. Maybe. What's the funniest question? I'm not gonna say, like, look, what's the funniest number? I'm not gonna... The funniest number, like... I think there's probably two. It's between two numbers. I can't really pick one, though. Are there any, like, telepathic people in the chat? You should know what I'm thinking right now. Streamer bot kept crashing in wine. I honestly don't even know what streamer bot is. I haven't done this, like, properly. Mad scientist hair going on. I always have mad scientist hair. I don't really pay attention to my hair. I think this strand could probably be a bit more, you know, like that. Let's see. Let's look at some questions. Do they both start with 6? There's a high probability that both of the numbers that I think are the funniest numbers start with 6. High probability. Maybe like 70% even. I noticed that one of your tags is Deadlock. Do you stream it often? I haven't been streaming much at all, but yeah, I do play Deadlock a lot. Thoughts on Neri WM? I will probably use Neri for my next theming video, actually. Because I've really wanted to try it. I'm the Linux person. You can use whatever pronouns, I don't care. Side effect of having just woken up is I haven't been able to warm up my vocal cords, so my voice is breaking. What is the best way to learn Linux? After your video of the best intro to Linux, just use Linux. Use Linux, do everything in Linux, and eventually you'll learn. As you encounter problems, you will solve the problems, and you'll, you know, add that to the list of things you know about your operating system. Like, I made the guide the way I did because I wanted it to not be obstructive. I don't want someone to, like, have a notebook out and just write everything I'm telling them. I want it to be like a quick introduction so you could get started and start using Linux. Dinky, can you become an audiobook reader and voice all of my favorite books? Well, that depends. What's your favorite books? If they're good books, I might. Favorite pizza topping? That has to be probably, I guess, not counting like the tomato sauce and cheese, that would probably be... Brazil gang. There's a lot of Brazilians in chat and in the Discord server. So hello to all of you. Dinky reading the entirety of War and Peace on stream. Real and true. I wouldn't mind it. I don't mind reading. There's a lot of Russians here too, and Russian speaking. There's a lot of everyone. Let's see. Are you Swedish? I am, yes. Are you happy? Everyone has a different definition of happiness. With my definition of it, I would say, yeah, like, sure. it's not really something I strive to be. I have other priorities. Like, sometimes I will purposefully do things that, you know, don't make you feel good because you need to, I guess, progress. You need to do the things you want to do. And for me, they're not always things that would make you happy, so... How old are you? You looked very young. I am older than you think. Argentina too. There's a lot of Argentinians. Argentina. I don't know why I said it like that. 34. Unfortunately, sim racing is awful on Linux. There's a lot of very specific things that are very fragile, and yeah, they will break on Linux. For those things, I would use a thing called GPU pass-through through a virtual machine. That does mean you need 2 GPUs, but you can buy like a very, very cheap Intel Arc, perfect for GPU pass-through. Because then you can use your main GPU for, you know, the virtual machine, and it'll work perfectly. Texas in the house. Texas. That's good. I'm glad there's a very large amount of different people from different places, especially considering it's 2 a.m. where I live. I assume there's not many Europeans. Well, I guess there's been lots of Russians, but living in Russia doesn't necessarily mean living in Europe. It's a massive country. Adelaide, South Australia. Literally, I think that's basically the other side of the world where I live. Like, literally the other side. Sim racing is absolutely trash on Linux, and this is why I'm still on Windows. So yeah, I don't think, like, if there's certain things that require Windows, you're going to need to obviously use it. It's just how it is. But I would still use Linux, preparing for a day where you can permanently swap. And one of the ways I would use Linux is GPU pass-through. You get all the performance of Windows, you get all of the performance of like Linux on your day-to-day, but you can use Windows whenever you have to. Fellow European, United Kingdom, New York City here, East Coast Canada, Melbourne. That's crazy. There's so many different people. St. Petersburg. Europe, Hungary, right after the day of our elections. Yeah, the elections were going contentious in Hungary, I've heard. Russia, far east here. Hello, Artrodden. Scotland. USA, and I want to cry about the leadership failure. I think many people want to cry about the leadership failure. Do you know, personally, I think I live in a place where there's lots of forests. So what I do is I go to the forest and I realize I kind of don't care about how the leaders are like fucking terrible almost everywhere at this point. North Sweden here, hello. Raviolin, hello. Thinky, if you're any type of fish, land or sea, would you go for vertebrate or invertebrate? Well, I mean, invertebrate. Hello, Zoa, Poland. Correct. Why, of course. What benefit is there in using Nix over Arch? I think the way to go is to use the Nix the Nix package manager on Arch. You get best of both worlds. But if you want to purely use the declarative pipeline and like declarative philosophy of the Nix package manager, even for your operating system, then yes, you would use NixOS. One of the biggest advantages is you build your system, You build your Nick system and you have it. And if you fuck up something by updating it, you can just go back. So it's kind of stable in that regard. But using Nix definitely has a lot of annoyances. I like Arch because I want to be able to have immediate control of my system. I don't want to have to rebuild it. Where's your main camera for filming YouTube videos? I use the Sony A7C II. It's basically like the a smaller version of the, I forgot what it's called, A7 IV, I think. You know, like it's like a smaller version of that because I like smaller cameras. I don't want to have to, you know, have like a massive camera, especially since I mostly use it for filming and not photography. So I don't mind like the smaller nature of the camera. Having your whole operating system being completely stable through transfer on Nix is very appealing. Excuse me, what editing software do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve Studio and Blender. I used a lot of samples, music from Final Fantasy XIV. It's my favorite game, so... If you were a star that exploded into a supernova, would your next phase be black hole or a neutron star? I would love to be a neutron star. I would love to be a pulsar, specifically. Black hole is kind of cool, because it obviously breaks our understanding of physics. But a neutron star, I feel like you want to burn for a bit longer, right? As a star. And furthermore, don't neutron stars at the end of their life cycles eventually turn into black holes? So... autism squared. What chair are you using? Looks nice with good ergos for the tall. I'm not tall, which is kind of... Yeah, so take this into account. I'm actually very small, so... it is a chair from IKEA. I don't remember the name. Neutron stars eventually just cool down and become dark, but they may combine with another neutron star or a black hole to form into a black hole. I wonder when they cool down and become dark, like, they're still obviously incredibly dense, right? It's interesting. You guys have IKEA in Sweden? That's so cool. Yeah, I know, it's very surprising that there's IKEA in Sweden. Make Dinky tall. Yeah, I'll be like one of those looks-maxing people that, like, do this surgery where they like crush your bones and then in order to like extend them in a way, I think that's what they do. They crush them, then like assemble the pieces in a way so they grow. I don't think I would ever want to do that. Yes, still neutronium. That's interesting. Looks maxing, you use Linux. Yeah, I'm joking, I would never. Although I do have a relatively sharp jawline, so without even trying. Thank you, what is your favorite game? Final Fantasy XIV, I like Deadlock a lot. I play Counter-Strike a lot, CS2. I like Factorio, I like Satisfactory. And then there's like a bunch of other games, like single-player games I like. You know, like One Shot. I think one person mentioned One Shot here before. I like One Shot, I like Cyberpunk, I like a lot of games, to be honest. Your favorite Deadlock character? I like to play Apollo a lot. I like Silver, I like Mina. I like Rem, of course. Rem is probably my favorite character, but I don't... Like, it's my... He's my favorite character, but I don't really like playing Rem too much. I used to when he was overpowered as fuck when he first launched, but... Are you a programmer or just lots of Linux experience? I am a programmer. I have exams tomorrow. Tarek, good luck. A lot of people I know have exams, and I know that it's very stressful. I'm very glad that all the studying I do is on my own and for things that I want to do, because I don't think I could handle going into university again. Do you like the game Brazilian Drug Dealer 3? I mean, that sounds like an enjoyable game. I haven't played it, though. Hello, Lily. Welcome. What do you think of distro devs using LLMs to support their coding? There's different kinds, right? Because you can use it for, like, autocomplete. You can use it to actually just remind yourself of things. Those things I think are okay, but if you actually use it to suggest code that you copy-paste, I don't like that. I think you need to be able to write your own code so you can reflect on it and make sure that it's proper. Even if, like, you have a very, very capable LLM, like Claude Opus, for instance, on the off chance that it fucks something up, it's like, you're still responsible, right? You don't blame it on the LLM. You're still responsible. Let's see. Hello, Dinky. Hello, Jetromeyer. Do you have any tips for someone that wants to get into programming and make that a living? Yes. In my experience, the most important thing is to have a very big portfolio. Create lots of cool things that are very impressive, that stand out. And that will speak for itself, right? More than a, like a resume, where you just say, oh, I can code in these languages, I have this experience. If you actually create software, let's say open source software that a lot of people use, or you contribute to something that a lot of people use, I think that says a lot more, right? Yep, employers care much more about experience than education. Yeah, it does. Especially in programming. Obviously, if you're gonna be like a doctor, they would care a lot about your education. They wouldn't ask you, well, what surgeries have you done? Well, I guess they still do, right? Because when you get hired at a hospital, I don't know how it works, but I guess if you do have lots of experience, it would be easier. From an engineering perspective, yeah. In engineering, whether it's computers or actual engineering, I think your portfolio is probably the most important thing. LLM use makes me so dang depressed. The part that... Because I've thought about this a lot. LLMs aren't going anywhere. You need to accept it. So the way I deal with it is, if you use LLMs in a way that diminishes your own cognition, you use it to replace yourself. So you don't think anymore, you pass that on to the LLM, you're fucking yourself over. You'll become, like, stupid. That's bad. But if you use LLMs as a tool where you still help yourself learn better, I think that's more good. That's better usage of an LLM. Cognitive offload, basically. Exactly. And so, plus points as well if you use an offline LLM, one that isn't like Gemma 4, for instance, it's new and it's open source, I think. Using such things, much better because you can have them locally on your computer. There's no threat of a company just deleting your existence. Dinky, have you watched a Goddard film? I have not. If you have any recommendations, do let me know. Memoth 1900. Hello, Dinky. You've inspired me to move to Linux finally, so I came here to say thanks. I really hope that you enjoy learning Linux. I promise you, once you get used to Linux, it'll be so hard. Wait, why does it... The bot is like... Wait, is it censoring the Discord link? Hold on. That's crazy. This is the Discord. Why is it doing that? You have to make Stream Elements moderator so it doesn't get censored. That's a good... That's probably why. There. That should work. Discord. Perfect. Notice how it's discord.gg/glee. Very important. Tell us about your Final Fantasy Warrior of Light. There's actually a patch, right? 7.5, it's out soon. I'm gonna stream that. I am gonna do that. That'll be fun. Dinky stream. Hello, Vara. It's a rare occurrence. The Discord is going off. Discord is going off. Oh my god. I have it on my second monitor, if I can see. Windows under the hood is actually a nightmare to fully understand. Linux is much simpler. I feel like that's the nature of non-open source things, right? No one has... It's like all private. Well, not private, but it's in-house. Let's see. Mark is resolved. There. Hello, Curzon. Windows file structure makes me want to, and then a large sensor. I agree, that's what I feel about the Windows file system and the Windows file system. I hate both of those things. Alright, let's see this Russian comment. I'm not Russian, obviously. Thank you so much for your Linux guides. Which phone do you use, iPhone or Android? Where's my phone? Here. It's probably kind of disappointing to a lot of people to realize this, but I use an iPhone. And there's two reasons why. You can shoot in log footage when you film. That's very important to me because I like to color grade my own footage. And you can get it in like this kind of smaller form. I don't like phones that are like way bigger than my hands. It's annoying to use them. I just don't like it. Bro has the Windows source code. That's true. How do you know so much about the Windows source code? It's kind of funny. Is it bad to just jump into Arch? I consider myself fairly tech literate, but I'm not sure how bad the switch would be. It's not that bad if you use the... Because if you're tech literate, the reason why I think programmers have an advantage is because programmers are often used to reading the worst documentation possible, which means the Arch installation guide will be relatively trivial to understand and read, which is why it'll be easier for people that are tech literate. Try it, install it in a virtual machine, and then try to install a window manager or maybe an IDE. Like, yeah, it's fine to start with Arch. I don't even think it's that difficult. It's just, you know, it takes some time. But you won't have a working operating system immediately, right? That's the thing. A lot of people that want to install an OS, they want it immediately to be something that works, and then you would use Mint or Zorin or stuff like that. What are your thoughts on Google's new app signing policy? Honestly, I think it's terrible. I'm not surprised because I remember when they forced everyone to switch to... So for extensions, they made you switch to Manifest v3 for Chrome, and that fucked things up so much. That's one example. I'm kind of... It's Google. What do you expect from them? What's this creature? I am a gleep. I am from Mars. I am a Martian. I quit using Chrome at that moment. I use the Zen browser. I like it quite a lot. Dinky, do I use Neri or i3? I don't know about Neri. I haven't tried it properly yet, but I will try it. I think I said this before, but my next theming related video, I'll be using Neri. Who's your favorite Final Fantasy XIV character? That is a good question. I have to think about this. For the time being, I'm getting pinged, hold on. I was saying, I like the... I don't want to give spoilers, because there's a character that appears in the latest two patches, 7.3 and 7.4. I like that character a lot. Obviously, she's like a new character, but... I hope she'll be a good character, so... I've tried Neri, I love it, but there are keyring issues between Neri and KDE. I don't use KDE, so I don't think I'll have that issue then, but... Padla the pig, hello. I don't know a lot of Russian, but I know what that means. Your favorite synths? I like the Access synths a lot. There's the Access Virus. I think it's called the Virus T. I really want it. I think I'm gonna get it eventually. If anyone is curious, the Windows 11 start menu uses React.js. I hope that's not true. Like, it's Microsoft and they don't have their own UI framework for their own fucking operating system. That's embarrassing. Thinky, just start talking in Swedish to everyone randomly to throw them off. It would be funny. I'll answer a question in Swedish. Let's see. What question should I answer in Swedish? Favorite Linux audio plugins? So that's a good question. I think a lot of people are interested in what I use for audio. So I'm going to answer that in Swedish because that's like a question people would genuinely want to know the answer to, but I'm gonna answer it in Swedish. När det kommer till ljud, jag tror att jag använder Bitwig Studio väldigt mycket. Och sen finns det finns väldigt många liksom alla plugins som kommer med Bitwig, de är väldigt bra. Och jag tror att det är en väldigt underrated DAW liksom. Även när jag inte använder Linux så brukar jag använda Bitwig Studio väldigt mycket. 90% understanding currently as a Dane. Well, yeah, but that's kind of cheating, of course. Det finns ett svenskt företag, de heter Kilohertz. Och de gör väldigt många syntar, digitala syntar. Speciellt en Faceplant. Jag tror väldigt många har talat om dem. Specifikt Faceplant. De är skitbra synt. Väldigt bra för elektronisk musik. User to R3. User to R3. It would appear we have some sort of 4chan incel. I think the automod banned it, actually. Let's see. Boom. I'm surprised how much you sound the same in Swedish and English. Well, they're both Germanic languages, are they not? Wait, why was he incel? Well, he was just spamming things. Wait, are you Swedish? Indeed. There. So the bot bans them after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages. I think that's fine. It makes it easier to ban it. It's also one reason why I like Twitch better, because you can have like you can limit everyone that chats to someone that has had an account for quite a long time. I don't think you can do that on YouTube. But it is what it is. Fortunately, everyone that streams has to deal with that stuff, but... do you have a Steam Deck? I don't. I don't really have a need for one. Everyone's question gets answered at least once. I try, it's just hard to keep up, you know? Hello, I found your YouTube channel around a month ago and I'm very happy. Incredible videos, very educational. I'm glad you found them useful. Every time I make a new one, I try to have it higher quality than the previous one, so hope my future ones are as useful and nice to watch. Drink? Why do you dress so fancy? I don't think I do. I just what I like, you know? The Swedish sounds lovely, honestly. Bummer we still don't know how you answer on opinion on Linux audio. I will, I'll probably make a video with Linux audio eventually, it's fine. Obviously, I'm a very audio design focused person. So it would make sense. Um, I love the noise in your videos. Is it camera noise or do you add noise in post? I do everything in post, yeah. What's the shirt's graphic? It's a bunch of cats, can't you see? What projects are you working in Rust? Almost every project I create is Rust, because I like Rust. Do you study video editing at all? I try. I do want to like spend more effort trying to learn, create more like one thing I've been wanting to become better at is animation. I want to include more advanced animations in the stuff I create. Like, sure, pop-up messages with cool sound design and whatever is cool, but I think it would be even better if I had more interactive animations. So that's something I want to do. I just need to try to find... Drinker is known to dress as a Victorian lesbian from time to time, but this is very casual. I have many styles, you know? People are... I don't have one style. I meant what programs are working on in Rust. So usually when I create Rust programs, it's either terminal stuff, which I'm working on a video specifically about that. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's something related to terminal. And I like to use Tari as well to create kind of like desktop web apps. So they usually have various purposes. I sometimes use the Bevy framework as well. If I participate in the next Ludum Dare game jam, I'm probably gonna use Bevy. How did you get into making music? Was Bitwig the first DAW you used? No, I used Ableton Live before Bitwig. And it's because I started learning programming by wanting to make games. And eventually I realized sound is obviously a very important part of games. So I had to work on sound design. And then I started learning music as a side effect of that. How's the premium pear cider? I don't have any cider, unfortunately. I have tea. Goodbye, Cheddar. I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you. Do you like rice, the food? I like rice. I feel like it's weird to not like rice. Everyone likes rice, right? Will you ever make a guide for rice in your body? I'll probably make a fashion-related video eventually, but... Let's see. Hello, Dinky. I'm not really tech-savvy, and I kinda cold goose my way into Arch on a VM. I don't know how you go from a fresh install, as in a partition disk and booted user, into Hyprland. Do you have any resources on the subject for someone who doesn't know that much about Linux-based OSs? I made a guide about theming Linux, and there I explain a lot of that. But generally, you just install Hyprland and you run this command. It used to just be Hyprland, but now it's just Hyprland, start Hyprland. And that will launch Hyprland. The thing is, you need to also install, if you want the default config file to actually work, you need to install things that Hyprland uses by default. So you need to probably install a terminal that it uses, a file explorer. A lot of utilities like that you need to install. File Explorer, I personally use Nemo. You can use Dolphin as well. There's lots of file explorers, but you need to install those things manually on Arch. You need to install everything manually on Arch. Hey Denkel, how do you feel about the Formanta synths? I haven't heard of them actually. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm locked. I don't really know what to install. Yeah. You'll need a file explorer, you need Hyprland, you need a lot of utilities such as like a volume UI, you need probably like a network manager, applet. You might want to, you know, have like a bar. But you know, you don't need to use a tiling window manager. You can also just install KDE, for instance. And that will come with everything. You can also install like a light version of KDE that is like a very like, you know, has basics. Dinky, can I confess something? I really like Linux. I like Linux as well. There was a question before that I forgot. I was gonna answer it. It was if I use Emacs, and the answer to that is no, I use NeoVim. I just had to, you know, mention that. SwayFX is also pretty easy to set up compared to Hyprland. I use SwayFX. I've used it. I don't use it right now, but I have used it. It's definitely an option. How was the transition to Bitwig from Ableton? It takes time, because Bitwig is like Ableton Live on steroids. It has the same kind of user interface as Ableton, but it has so much more stuff on top. There's the grid, there's the effects grid, there's, you know, like a lot of Bitwig specific things. And learning that took time. It took like a month for me, coming from Ableton to get used to Bitwig Studio. Do you use different distros depending on your task, or settle on one and use for all? I use Arch. I use Arch for basically everything. Sometimes when I'm working on like reviewing a Linux distribution, I have like an SSD specifically for that, that I will install that distro and try it out for like a couple weeks. What is your video editing workflow / program stack? Yeah, so I use DaVinci Resolve Studio. I think it's important to use a studio version. And I use Blender a lot. Those two are like my main key softwares. A lot of people think Blender is just, you know, 3D modeling and animation, but it's very useful for compositing and editing. You can do tracking as well. Advanced, you know, 3D graphics. There's so much stuff you can do. What does it mean that it's a studio version of DaVinci Resolve? It's the paid version, and the reason you want to have that is because you get a lot more codecs on Linux. You need the paid version. You don't need it, but otherwise you're gonna have to use like FFmpeg to like have like to use very specific codecs. It's not very good. Do you think Kden Live will ever replace Resolve? I've used Kden Live a long time ago. I didn't like the user experience. Maybe eventually, if they, you know, improve that, you know, maybe it'll replace. But the thing is with Bitwig Studio is I don't think anything will ever beat it in color grading. And color grading is important to me. I can't get DaVinci Resolve to install on Arch at the moment. Will paid version help? No, paid version will probably make it more difficult to install it actually. You need to like follow the pinned comment on the Arch user repository when you want to install Resolve. Hyprland or Sway. Currently, I use Hyprland, but I'm gonna try Neri eventually. So, Thinky, could you please support me being the divine and eternal president of the Earthling Federation? Leveling Philadelphia would be my first order of business. Do you have like beef with Philadelphia? What did they do? Swaperland. Hey, can that chatter not level Philadelphia? There's like cross-chat interaction because that, it's kind of funny. Hi, I'm currently installing Linux kernel 5.4.221 on my PlayStation 2 right now. Unironically, I don't even, like, Jesus Christ. Fumble the hunk. Hello. How do I help that chatter level Philly? I guess you have to join their federation, right? Maybe they have a nuclear explosive, who knows? Favorite types of tea? I like lemongrass tea. I like black tea. I don't think they're very like exotic teas. I'm not like a connoisseur by any means, but maybe eventually I'll become one. I think that's like an old people thing, to like become a connoisseur of tea. Maybe that's upon me, but I'll have to wait a couple of years. Are you more of a headphones person or speakers person? I'm more of a headphones person. I do have studio monitors that I need to set up properly, but I haven't done that because I need to treat my room to make it more reasonable. It's never gonna be perfect for audio monitoring, but could be better. It's Bree, meow, hello. My partner is all about tea. She's a bit witchy though. I think that's a good combination. I think being a tea connoisseur is complementary to a lot of things, right? Nice TF2 sound effect. The TF2 sound effect. Yeah. I disagree. Tea connoisseur is Ramona Flowers vibe. I don't know. TF2 jump scare. Yeah, I'm giving everyone like post-traumatic stress by, you know, using the TF2 notification sound effect. Have you posted your Hyprland Rise anywhere? If not, can we see it? I currently use my retro theme, which I, by the way, will upgrade a lot. And it is on GitHub, yes. What camera are you using? I use the Sony A7C II. I said this before, but my current camera setup for the stream is suboptimal. I don't use a dummy battery, which means it eventually will run out. When that happens, I have no idea what I'm gonna do. So I will buy one of those and have a better setup, but you know. Is there any practicality in a tiling window manager? I tried Hyprland but switched to Neri because I never used the quarter screen tiles. There's practicality, but I do think you also need a relatively big monitor, right? Preferably 2 of them. Because here's the thing, usually I have a bunch of quarters and then I just use my super key and then F to maximize it. So I can have like many windows and I can immediately maximize the ones that I'm working on. Sorry if you answered this already. Do you stream often? No, I don't, unfortunately. I'll try to do it more, but it's kind of... I'm not really used to it, you know? The Sony A6000 could run off a USB port. The A7C2 dropped that. It doesn't... You can use it... you can like share the video feed from a USB port, but it doesn't charge from it unless you have the camera turned off. Fourth fairer. They want queso? I don't understand. What does that mean? Like, is that it? I mean, go get it. I don't know, follow your dreams, I guess. Oh, queso is cheese. Yeah, I'm stupid. Let's see. Hold on, give me a second. There. Boom, sorry, I just had to like update the chat because I kind of fucking lost it. That person really wants cheese, yeah. I also think wanting cheese is also like an old people thing, much like being a tea connoisseur. It's not really something I relate to at the moment. Wait, so do you play Final Fantasy XIV on Linux? I do, yeah. Oh my god, what the fuck did I do? Wait. There. How does it feel to be a cult leader? Well, it isn't something I think about. Some titles are imposed on you against your will, of course. Sometimes not good titles, but there's nothing you can do about it. Do you use Nix or Arch? Right now, I use Arch. I like to use the Nix package manager on Arch, though. Think he stopped calling us unks. I'm also an unk, okay? I'm in unk status since like a long time ago. I'm older than you think. You cannot be more than 21, 22. Joy and Hedonia. Isn't joy and anhedonia like an oxymoron? Very great username, because it means you have like an immediate contrast in your username. Like a direct contradiction. Very thoughtful. Dinky, are you a vampire? Well, you have to ask the question, what does it mean to be a vampire? Can you hit the gritty? Should I make like a dancing guide video? Okay, Dinky Peterson. Yeah, it's like the Jordan Peterson thing of like forcing, like you have a conversation with someone, and they ask you to define like every single fucking letter in every word you're using. Okay, but where did this letter come from, and what does that, what are the implications of that in our conversation that we're having right now? Thoughts on Project Glasswing? Is that the Anthropic thing with Claude Mythos, or am I just let me see. Yeah, it's Anthropic, yeah. I do think that they made Mythos sound scarier than it actually is. AI companies have a track record of trying to make things as scary as possible, because that makes them seem as the authority in the field, which is what gets them the funding, right? Can you remove the programming Rust book? It's scaring me. What do you mean? I think... How's it scaring you? One thing you learn about programming in Rust is you'll get desensitized to being screamed at all the time by your own computer. Like 500 meows in the chat right now. Guys, Claude might be alive, by the way, for the 20th time already. Yeah, dude, it's in a data center. Just turn it off. Like, we're not there yet. We're not there where it's fucking escaped captivity. What does the word egkrateia mean to you personally? Well, it's Greek, right? I think it means temperance. But I'm not entirely sure. It's not something that means anything significantly to me, personally. Other than the fact that I like Greek words. I like the combination of letters. It means abstinence. Are you Greek, perchance? Vim or Emacs? Vim. Any one Apple products you love? I wouldn't say love, but again, this is probably something people are not gonna really like hearing me say, but macOS is actually quite a good operating system. If I had to pick between Windows and macOS, I would pick macOS anytime. First of all, because it's also Unix-like. Coming from Linux, having a similar file system. It's nice, and macOS is also more customizable than people think. You can have tiling window managers with, I think it's called Yabai. Where does your username come from? It was imposed upon me. Let's see. I'd take x86 over ARM any day. ARM is very, very efficient, though. Have you thought about that? Don't you want your computer to run in like 5 days without a single charge? What is this song? Interesting. For a laptop, but not a desktop. Well, of course. Using ARM on a desktop, I feel like until the performance improves over x86 64, like, then I wouldn't. Could you explain tiling windows? Have you ever gone to like a bathroom and the walls are tiled? There's tiles. Imagine every tile being an application. Like a window. That is tiling windows. So a tiling window manager is a way to display all of your software in tiles like that on your screen. So you can have everything visible. in tiles, like separated, and you can have like multiple workflows. So you can switch between workspaces that have different tiles. Very useful for productivity. I miss your Brain Toad Venom video. Unfortunately, I used audio that I can't use. I should probably... I'm gonna create more, you know... I don't even know what to call those kinds of videos. More of those as well with time. Those are basically things I do to, if I want to learn kind of like become better at editing and sound design, you know, just create like arts first videos. Galore. So it's like split screen. Doesn't Windows 11 have that? I don't know. It's not just split screen. It's being like, it's hard to explain, but okay, it's hard to explain, so I'm just gonna show you, actually. Let's see. I wasn't planning on doing this, so I have to like fix my shenanigan. Here. So this is an empty desktop. I open a terminal. Boom. It's tiling. Look at all these tiles. So you can do something here, like this. And then you can do some shit here, like, I don't know, like NeoVim. And what more do I want to do? I'll like run some random thing .sh, and you can like do that. And it's just, you can have many, it's nice, you know? You can have many active windows at a time. Windows? In my Linux distribution? Anyways. C Bonsai. I forgot about C Bonsai. I could have C Bonsai'd in one terminal. I don't have enough work for that, I feel like. Sure. But like if you only have one window open at a time, then I guess you won't enjoy tiling window managers as much. However, tiling window managers also allow you to pop a window up so it's in floating mode. And I do that a lot as well, so. I bought my laptop mostly for typing and writing. So another advantage of using a tiling window manager is that it feels a lot less empty and less bloated than a fully blown IDE. So even when I just want to type things, I kind of like that better. So do you like League of Legends? I don't. I wouldn't. Deadlock is the only MOBA adjacent game I play. I can't play any other MOBA. Can you put dark mode? Gah. That's... You know, sometimes I like dark mode, other times I like light mode. It's one of the things that people... like for Discord, for instance, I use dark mode, but... terminals and coding and NeoVim, I do slightly prefer light mode. I like tiling WMs more stylistically. That as well, I think they look better. What is your favorite open source office suite? Well, LibreOffice. Like, I don't know. Fun fact, right? Vanguard blocks CHK disk. Dude, right? Vanguard is just a fucking shitty piece of software. Like, sure, I know server-side anti-cheat is difficult, but come on, like multi-billion-dollar companies, hello? Do they really need to design spyware? They can hire engineers that are proper anti-cheat engineers that can, create server-side and, anti-cheat. Zorin has Libre pre-installed, but Google Docs lets me sync everything at once, so I don't know if I can swap yet. Using Google Docs is fine. There's nothing wrong with using Google Docs. Obviously, yeah, it's Google, but you can. You can also use Proton Docs, which lets you sync. I think Proton has a productivity suite as well. They have calendar and more stuff like that, and the difference is it's encrypted before it's sent to their servers, if I'm not mistaken. So if you care about privacy and encryption, if they don't use spyware anti-cheat, how will they get our data? Dude, there's so many ways to get data without using anti-cheat. Like, literally just browsing the web. Like, they don't need to. Kernel level software, I think it's a bit too much, What software do you make music with? Bitwig Studio and a bunch of digital plugins. Canines or felines? Felines, obviously. If you couldn't tell, my shirt, Portal to the Cat Dimension, has a bunch of cats on it. You should have at least 6 cats. Dinkus, do she shell on your Unix, till you run commands? I can't say she does. Have you watched Arcane? I have not. There's a lot of shows that people do recommend, and that's one of them, but it isn't something I have. Maybe I should. I only have 3 cats. I mean, that's fine. I think there's 6 cats is a good amount of cats, but I think 2 would be minimum. Because if you have a cat, you want your cat to have a friend that's not a human. Even though apparently cats see humans as just big cats, right? They're not like dogs that look at humans and think, oh, that's another species. No, cats view humans as just big cats. So I only have 1 cat. I don't program in Rust yet. Well, there's still time. You said yet, No one is born programming in Rust. That's something you obtain. Hi, how are you? I'm doing pretty okay. How do you even test that? You can't exactly ask a cat what they think you are. Well, of course. I'm not entirely sure when I read that article, but I think it's because of observing their behaviors and traces of their behaviors. And if you compare how they interact with other cats to humans, it's very similar compared to dogs and how they interact with other dogs. I think, obviously, making a conclusion that they view humans as cats, that's not something you can do. They're a completely different conscious state than humans. However, I like the implication, which is why I like to think like that. I like to think it's true. I have a cat and a Shiba Inu. But that's like the best combination. Damn, so many meows in chat. That definitely be a much more whimsical reality. I think reality is a lot more whimsical than a lot of people like assume. In my opinion, you should view your worldview, your view upon reality, shouldn't be entirely serious. What is your rant towards people switching from Linux to Windows? Well, you can't force everyone to be correct in their operating system usage, you know? The thing is, the reason for it matters. If you switch to Windows because there's something you really need to do and it only works on Windows, it's fine. That's just the world we live in. Dinky, if you are an uncle, are you married? I'm not an uncle. I just said I'm unk status. Holy shit, it's that Linux person. I am that Linux person, yeah. Reality is only whimsical if you live in Sweden. I think that's true. If you live in like a very fucked up country, it'll be tough, you know? Unfortunately, it's just one of those things with the world. Hopefully things improve in the world in my lifetime, because things have been going, like ever since COVID, shit's just gone downhill quite a lot. Even though scientific progress has improved quite a lot, still, you know, the benefits of that isn't really immediate, especially to people that, you know, don't live in, you know, extremely fortunate areas. Honestly, America might be the most whimsically fucked up country. It's kind of funny. I don't even... People here look at that and they say, like, it's a circus. Like, it's the craziest thing. Obviously, like, every country has its problems, of course, but... Thinky, do you like the paint? Wait, what does that even mean? Do you like the paint job cost to get your favorite color? I mean... Like, I'm not gonna license a fucking color that's like... I don't know, why would it cost? I guess if you're like one of those people that have like you create products and you use like Pantone references for like colors, that shit's expensive. Because they care about color accuracy, of course. That is a bit beyond my budget, though. Coffee or tea? Which type or both? I like both. When it's coffee though, I prefer just mocha. I don't like any other kind of coffee. Although I do sometimes just drink bland coffee when I need some caffeine. Because coffee is supposedly healthier than energy drinks. Hi, I love your video about NixOS. I'm glad. More Linux distro specific videos. Also something I am working on. What do you think is the best Unix-based or Unix-like OS of all time? Well, I mean, Linux-based operating systems. If I had to pick one, I like Arch. I just really like Arch. If it's not Linux, I would say Mac OS, probably. Because Mac OS is also directly based on a version of Linux, is it not? Linux is only Unix-like. What am I saying? Not Linux, Unix. Mac OS is like it's based on an old version of Unix. I don't even think it's called Unix. I think Unix, and then there was another operating system based on Unix, and then Mac OS used that. BSD, yes, BSD, exactly. First time chat. Perfect. BSD. Mac OS is based on BSD. You heard it here first. Any thoughts on Cashy OS? I'm definitely going to try Cashy OS eventually. The thing is, like other than like SteamOS, something that is so far from base Arch, I think Arch-based Linux distros, it's just like using Arch, but with additional extra steps, right? When are you gonna upload on your new channel? My second channel, I'm working on a video for it, yeah. I think that'll be done around the 20th of April, maybe. Do you use Linux for music production? Yeah, I do. I use Bitwig Studio for music production, and I use Bridge and Bridge CTL to use Windows VSTs and plugins on Linux. I've confirmed that Kiloheart stuff works perfectly on Linux. Arturia works very well on Linux. And all of the built-in Bitwig plugins, of course, work well on Linux because Bitwig is native to Linux. I'm definitely going to try Cashy OS because a lot of people have used it. And so, Tuna Chip TV, you mentioned critique of Omarchy. I don't like Omarchy because it's like you said, it's like a config file. I don't strictly like that they called it a separate distribution. Does Omarchy have its own package repository? Or is it just also using Arch? Arch's default package repositories? Because if Omarchy has its own package repo, maybe you can consider it a solid separate distribution, right? But if it's just config file... Arturia was a pain to deal with in Linux, so I dropped it. I'm gonna give it another go. You do need to use a very specific version of wine staging and then set up some additional fonts in that wine prefix. Because like a lot of VST plugins work specifically on like a set of wine versions and others break. So that's kind of that's the downside. But Arturia stuff works for me. I use Refract a lot. I use a few others that I can't really remember their names, but... It makes me sad that Ableton Live and Max MSP hates Linux distros. Using Ableton Live on Linux is such a pain. Like, I pray that one day they do a Linux build. because Ableton Live, it's like the perfect minimalist DAW for music producers. Because FL Studio is crazy, right? But Ableton Live is like very minimalist. And it would be perfect for Linux, because a lot of Linux users are very minimalist. I can't even get Jack working. So I use Pipewire. Is Jack like something you use on top of that? Let's see. Let me search it up. Yeah, so I guess Jack has lower latency and stuff like that. Supposedly, I use Pipewire because it works, and it works fine. The latency is fine for me, you know? Wine makes my brain hurt, and I'm too lazy to actually give it the time to figure it out. If I can't just drink it with bottles or Proton, it simply doesn't exist for me. Yeah. Working with wine raw is a bit... It's not the most fun experience, yeah, but... If it's necessary, I'll do it. Stu Mackenzie uses Ableton, enough said. Another King Gizzard fan, I see. What genre of music do you enjoy listening the most? I know it's like a definitive question, and I don't like answering questions like a fucking politician, but I genuinely don't have a single music genre. I listen to so many genres, and depending on my mood, and even season, I listen to different genre. It's like impossible for me to pick one, I can't. I feel like Lutris, despite Made for Games, seems to work for most programs, just in general. Lutris is very, very nice, yeah, even for programs. It's much easier to use Lutris. Well, not much easier, but it's more convenient to use Lutris instead of just adding an application to Steam and then running it through Proton. Worthless chatter. Hi, Dinky, I have to go. Can we be best friends? Okay, bye. I mean, we can... It's like the relationship between someone creating content and like a person viewing the content. It's like a metaphorical... It's like a unique relationship, I guess. But good luck on your endeavors. Lutris or Heroic for games? I've only done Lutris. I have only tried Lutris. I've never tried Heroic, so I can't say. It's a parasocial relationship. Yeah, exactly. I forgot the word. It's like, hello Dinky, can we be parasocial, please? Let's see. Listening. It's funny, because he probably just said listening, and it's just used the fucking emote in chat. At least to me, I don't know. What do you think about frogs? I like them. I like toads more. For instance, like the Bufo alvarius toad. What genre? Oh no, that's already answered that. Bass toad enjoyer, yeah. Would you eat a fried frog? I would not, no. I don't like the thought. I don't like the mental image of eating a frog. It's not really something I think I would enjoy too much. tastes like chicken. Are you vegan? I'm not a vegan. I think eventually I might go that route. It's just I really try to gain weight and I don't want to limit myself in terms of food. What office suite do you use? So I personally use, a lot of times I actually just use Obsidian. If I need other things, I would use like LibreOffice, and if I need it synced, I use the Proton suite. I'm having an exam today. I will do my best to manifest a great success. What the fuck did I just do on my second monitor? Anyways, what is your opinion on Linux Mint? It is a great Linux distribution. Like if I had to pick between Zorin and Linux Mint, I don't know. I'm kind of Zorin pilled on beginner-friendly Linux distributions after I tried it. It's just so easy. Like, if anyone has ever used a computer before, Zorin makes it so easy to just start using Linux. Linux Mint is obviously very easy as well, and it works well. However, I like both distros, but if I had to pick one, like easy to use Linux distribution, I'd probably go the Zorin route. Maybe Pop! OS because they have Cosmic. And Cosmic is Rust based, so I'm kind of biased, but... Any Rust-related content on the way? Literally, yes. I'm not gonna spoil it. It's not what you think, but yeah. I've been working on it. CachyOS is my first Linux distro. It's your first, but are you still on it? Like, have you switched to Linux permanently and is CachyOS what you're using? Hello, Theodore. Welcome. Thinking I'm getting too much work done and schoolwork is done. Do you have any tips on how to procrastinate more? I would say watch a lot of shows and movies. I don't know. Because, like, I have so many projects that I work on that my procrastination looks like working on a project that I should be working on, like that I should be prioritizing less. So technically, I'm still getting some kind of work done, but also it is procrastinating my main thing that I should be doing. But like true procrastination is getting nothing done. But, you know, consuming good media is also good because you get inspired. There goes my webcam. That's it. It's GG. But that's fine because I can just charge it. Let's see. Yeah, so this is what I said. I'm not using a dummy battery for my webcam right now. So the result of that is the battery that it's using is internal and it's gonna run out. And it is what it is. I will get a dummy battery eventually, but unfortunately, same hour shipping is not really a thing. What ThinkPad do you currently use? I forgot what model it is, but it uses Arch Linux. Now that the webcam's not working, what should I do? What would be something interesting? Because I said, like, if it dies, I might just end the stream and be like, thank you, goodbye. I'll try to do it again, like, eventually. The signal loss splash made me think my astigmatism hours. Sorry, I'll disable it, hold on. There. Should be good now. Stream Rust programming language. Just hold on, let me put my camera, like, on the charger. I'll figure something out later. I'm trying to convince my girlfriend to switch to Linux using her video. Well, I think that's good. I think when you want to convince someone to switch to Linux, you have to do it without being extremely annoying. I could just play some Final Fantasy. I need to do my daily roulettes and whatever the fuck. So I'll do that for a bit. Where's your camera? It died. I'm sorry. The battery ran out. I will fix that. I'll get what's called a dummy battery. And what that works is you can connect it directly to your power supply. Not computer power, to a power supply connected to the electricity outlet. And it will run permanently until it overheats, which it shouldn't do because I live in a place where it's extremely fucking cold. I live in the Arctic, pretty much. So yeah, I'll play a bit of Final Fantasy and continue answering your questions and whatever. Unfortunately, no webcam, but you know what they say, it is what it is. Let's see. You play on NA data center. I do not. I play on a European data center because I'm European. Have you planned on making videos about BSD? I don't have anything scripted for BSD, but I would like to eventually. Sweden equals liquid nitrogen temperatures. Yeah. It is really fucking cold here. Okay, let me just open up the game. I'm surprised the stream's been holding, because I'm actually dual streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, and I'm not using Restream, so I'm actually doing it directly. And the consequences of that... hold on... The consequences of dual streaming is, of course, you need more bandwidth to do that. So I guess my internet works. Is asking for distro recommendations annoying to the Linux community? Well, it's not annoying to me. Obviously, the Linux community... Some communities are more cohesive, like, more homogenous. The Linux community is not. I have to say I love your Discord. The people I meet there are the cutest, daring people. I'm glad. Because a lot of people make Discord servers and they forget why it's there. They do it just because they think it's cool, but I think when you have a server, it has to be for the people. It's not for me. It's for people to meet each other and hopefully find good friends. And that's why it's there. So that's the priority. I want people to be able to express themselves almost as freely as possible. Of course, without being complete, like, fucking gorillas. But, because that's, I think you can, you know. I kind of missed the camera signal loss block, the green screen. So don't worry, I'll switch to my game soon. Might I have a distro recommendation for trying out Linux and playing Deadlock? I would almost just say Zorin. Zorin is such a user-friendly and easy-to-use Linux distribution, like... Okay, Let's see. Let's do some gaming. And my webcam is gone, so let's just do that. I know it's a bit sad that my webcam died, but it's like, man. I thought it would survive for a bit longer. How much long have I been streaming for? 2 hours? 2-hour battery life? Honestly, that isn't bad. That's like exactly what Sony advertised, so... Any distro you avoid like the plague? Omarchy, yeah. Again, I don't care if you like distros. Use whatever you like, but I don't like Omarchy. Ubuntu is also true, actually. Personally, I don't really like Ubuntu. I like Zoran. You should get a VTuber for when this happens. Maybe I'll do that eventually, but ideally my webcam just wouldn't not fucking shut down. I'll fix it for future streams, so... Oracle Enterprise Linux. Well, like Red Hat, right? What game is this? This is Final Fantasy XIV. I main Scholar too. I have a bunch of classes that I like to play, including Scholar, including Astrologian, including... Where the fuck is it? Sage, including Dragoon. Gonna go sleep now. Thanks for a lovely stream. Bye. Enjoy your sleep. The best distro is the one you stick with for longer than a week. Well, yeah, but try like 6 years. I've been using Arch forever. Maybe not 6 years. That's a bit too much. But I've been using Arch since forever. Fedora if you don't like freemium. Any place you would like to go on a vacation to right now? I would be interested to travel around the world. I don't know if there's any specific place. I haven't really properly traveled around Europe for starters, so that's like an easy thing. Any opinion on using R packages, building them locally via a build server? Opinion, oh sorry. It's good. That's like lovely. If I had a build server, I would definitely do that. Not a dig at you. No, don't worry. Like, I didn't take it as like an insult. I mean, some people, like, I don't understand distro hopping personally, but if that's like your hobby to like switch distributions, like go for it, you know? It's not my thing, because I like to be productive, and swapping like everyday new distribution, that's kind of not very productive to me, in my opinion. You should get a 2000s webcam for when your camera dies, or I just fix my webcam, or not my webcam, but my main camera, so it doesn't happen again, which I will do eventually. Do you think learning how to set up Linux systems is worth it for professionals? 100%. Not only do you add that to a list of things you can do, which can be very useful, but let's say you want to create your own website and you want to have your own server. Well, running a Linux server could be very, very useful. You're through productivity code. It makes me want to be more productive. That's the thing. I'm not constantly thinking, oh my god, I need to be productive. I need to be so productive. I just like creating things. It's like a side effect of just liking to do things. Arch can get there, but it's more of a cutting edge OS. It's best practice to keep your home folder on a separate drive. Yeah. like Arch can break with an update, of course. So I actually don't keep my home directory on a separate drive, but I do store all of the important files I have on a separate drive, sorry. Clank D, hello. Welcome to the stream. Should I still bother with clean building whenever I download new update already installed Yay packages? I mean, some Yay packages are binaries, right? Like, let me just edit the stream a bit. Boom. Boom, like that. Done. Can't stay, but like what you do on YouTube and wanted to follow, keep it up. Enjoy your day or night or evening. Hope you have a good time all the time. Just watched your art of using Linux. I hope you enjoyed the video. I kind of got into liking to optimize the workflow, so instead of using said workflow, I just work on the workflow, which is a very slippery trap. Avoid it if you can, and just optimize when friction. Yeah, like you spend 5,000 hours working on your productivity workflow, and you end up not getting any work done at all. I sometimes do that when I used to do that a lot. When I start working on a project, what I end up doing is I spend so much time on like, okay, create a Notion board, or like Trello, like write everything, like prepare everything. But like, it's not necessary. You do that stuff, like you said, when there's friction. You don't do it when you start working on something. When you have need for more organization, if things are becoming a bit cluttered, that's when you can start thinking about those things, because otherwise you don't get work done. Meta productivity. Yeah, it's like... I mean, dude, I relate to that. The music in this game is awesome, so I'm just gonna increase the volume. Is it autism/ADHD thing to do that? I don't know if specific like personality disorders are more likely to doing those kinds of things. Maybe. I think everyone to some extent is guilty of doing that kind of stuff. I like that green theme, like the menu. They recently added this. Exclamation mark game. I don't have that as a command, but it's Final Fantasy XIV. It's probably my favorite game. Check out how cool this weapon looks. It's like, it's insane. Honestly, this is like probably one of my favorite. These are called like relic weapons in this game, and it's like my favorite one. Are there any people that play FF in the chat? Miss Old Astro, I think that's a yes. I started playing on Dawn Trail, so I never got to play Old Astro, but... That's you in the game, but you're magic. And I have scales. I would definitely, if I could have scales IRL, I would probably say yes, because I think there's too little variety in humans. Like, if you look at dogs and like all the different breeds, there's so much variety, but in humans, obviously, like, there's so much like racism, so maybe it's not a good idea that there's more variety. However, if you're not a racist, I think you would probably want more variety. I think it would be cool, right? So instead, I think you need to express yourself with like clothes and whatever the fuck. I want to try it out, but it's just so massive and intimidating. Yeah, I had to spend like 6 months until I reached endgame, constantly playing. It's crazy. I wish it wasn't like that. However, it's worth it in the end, in my opinion. The story is really good. Except for the first story, A Realm Reborn's like dog water, to be honest. There's still quite a bit of variety, but it's mostly just skin tones. Well, of course, there's still variety. Like in how people and humans appear genetically and... but I mean like structurally. I think it would be cool to... Because here's the thing. One thing about like pop culture is everyone tries to kind of... Well, in pop culture, obviously, I'm not saying everyone. There's like a specific way every single type of person is supposed to look like. And so everyone strives to kind of to look like a specific way. Things that are deemed, you know, attractive and whatever. Obviously, this depends on culture. However, I think... No, I think... I'm really like... I believe in maximizing your own... How should I say it? How do I phrase this in a way that isn't convoluted? I believe in like maximizing your own unique state of consciousness. And I believe how you decide to appear should be kind of a reflection of that. What game is this? This is Final Fantasy XIV. Can you play Final Fantasy XIV to start, or do you need to play earlier versions? No. This is a standalone game. Every Final Fantasy is a standalone game. So you can play everyone. But this is the MMO. Will the stream be able to be downloaded as a VOD later? This is interesting, but I have to go to the doctors. Well, it'll be live. If you go to YouTube and go to the live tab, you can see all my streams. So you can just watch it. It'll be a VOD, yeah. And yes, hello to everyone that's watching the VOD. Like, holy fuck. I think that's a significant portion of everyone that will watch this, probably. FF14 is fire and free to play until level 72. Yeah. The critically acclaimed MMORPG with a fucking free trial up to level 70, which is a significant portion of the game, by the way. The most we have for it is through clothing and details. Yes. And you can get very far with clothing. I'll probably watch this stream 10 times, like I do with every one of your videos. Well, I mean, that's appreciated. Hypercharged Lissa. I love the Nier music. It is very nice. There was like a Nier like thing in this game. So there's Nier music. I can increase the volume. It's very, very good. That's a very nice character, though. It's a nice character, I like her. I like auras. This, like, race in the game, they're called aura. Is the game free or cost money? There's a free trial up until level 70, and then it's a subscription. I think it's like 10 euros, 8 euros a month, something like that. In Steam, is Final Fantasy XVI the version 14? No. XIV is 14. So the X is 10 and IV is 4. Basically a self-insert character. It's not a self-insert character, okay? I just like this kind of style. You know? Click to reply. €9 per month subscription after a level 70 trial. There. Honestly, I don't really remember. The fucking Square Enix just siphons the money from my bank account every month. Unk, that's literally you. Dude, I have, how would you say it? You did say you would have scaled IRL. I mean, I would pick between many different options. Like, if there was like a character creation IRL, holy shit. Like, I'd go kind of crazy. Do you play solo or do you have a normal group of friends you play with? Wondering how it is solo in Dawn Trails era. I don't play solo. I Savage raid with a group of people. In fact, I do them every week. I mean, this game is... it's more fun if you don't play it solo, especially in the beginning. Because if you want to get to endgame, you really need... It's easy to find friends in-game. Anyone's worried about it. Yeah, exactly. It's best to find... Because convincing your friends that don't play the game to play it is hard, because they're like, oh my god, I need to play for like fucking... like 200 hours before I reach endgame. By the way, look at this cat. Wait. It's a cat. One of my cats kinda looks like this. Which Est Globe is that? This is the latest relic. It's the last version of the latest relic. It's called Phantom Star Pendant Obscurement. Holy shit, it needs to be repaired. Yeah, this is my house in the game. What led you first to use Linux? And then you said, I think you know what makes everyone switch to Linux, because Windows continues to get worse. So, yeah. Windows gets worse, that's number one. But when you use Linux and you learn how to customize it to perfectly be like how you want your operating system to be, it's like nothing can beat that. And of course it's open source, and it has like, there's a lot of like these ideological reasons why you would use Linux. Honestly, there's so many reasons to use Linux. When I first started using Linux, however, it's because I was programming, right? And I've always heard like, oh yeah, if you want to code, you use Linux, and all of the servers use Linux. So I better learn how to use Linux. Hot people use open source software, exactly. I think you want for exotic humans. I mean, that depends on your definition of exotic. Because like when you look slightly differently, you know, you get a lot of and you like create content online, you get a lot of comments from people who don't like people that look different. And to me, it's like, holy shit, I don't even look that different. I look quite, in my opinion, I'm a normal person. So, but they think that it's like insane to look that kind of way. And I can't imagine being that kind of person. Like, holy shit. To see the entire world, like, in all of its, you know, potential colors, just in black and white. How do you live? It must be the most boring life ever. Like, we have, like, maybe 80 years at most on this planet, and you're gonna fucking fuss over about that kind of stuff? Holy shit, what a waste. Hi, Linux helped me in many purposes. Is Canadian exotic? I don't know. Oh no, shenanigans, I must clutch my pearls. I think because society has a whole division between two biological sex and it's really confusing when you can't put a label on it. No, I don't think that's it. Even if you want, like, let's say you're a super masculine person and you decide to, like, well, I guess it's kind of what you said, and you decide to wear something that's not even considered feminine or masculine. Like, where do you even, like, you can't label that, it's new. To me, that's interesting. To some people, that's weird, and it's out of their, I guess, usual... when people see something that they don't recognize, I guess sometimes fear is their first instinct. Because that's, like, I guess, the biological way humans would react to something different, because it is, like, this innate instinct, I guess. But as a human, I think you should be able to recognize, like, be conscious enough to recognize your own instinct and know when it's a good thing or a bad thing. Ellen SB, hello. Hello to Twitch from YouTube. People forget intersex exist. Yeah, exactly. People forget a lot of things exist. I mean, like, the world is very vast and there's a lot of different cultures and people. It's impossible to have a good understanding of all of it. So I don't even think if it's people forget things exist, they just don't know. People forget that men wore dresses 2,000 years ago. I mean, like, even, like, the royalty in, like, just a few hundred years ago were, like, super flamboyant, weren't they? We really do just make up rules and pretend we have to follow them. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't care. If you don't like me, that's fine. If you don't like people that are different, that's fine. As long as you don't have violent tendencies, I don't care. If you're a violent person, well, you should be in jail. Because that's not productive in any way. Most of the times, people that are the ones that end up creating really important tools and inventions and concepts that end up being very important historically, usually those people aren't the kinds that would homogenize themselves in their society and in their culture. They would stand out. Historically, that has been the case. So I think you would also be careful what you wish for. 9hour or 9HR, I actually found you when one of your posts was getting negative attention on Instagram. So the thing is, I don't really care. It's kind of just something you get used to when you create content. You have to remember, to shit on someone else makes you feel better, because it makes you feel superior. And a lot of people that can't find that kind of... A lot of people that in real life would be insecure about themselves kind of need something, right? So it's kind of, I think, a defense mechanism. How's your gaming experience on Arch, by the way? On Arch, by the way, it's perfect. It works flawlessly. All the games that I like to play work perfectly fine. In fact, I would probably wager that the performance is slightly better than Windows because of the lower overhead. Especially in computer science. Yeah, like... I mean, I don't know. I don't know why that is. I'm not like a... What's like the study of that kind of stuff, right? It's not sociology. Like, what is it? I don't know. But, like, I'm not an expert on this. Gender studies? I was thinking more broad, like... Proton and Wayland completely changed the game. Anthropology, I think that's it. I think it's anthropology, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Mr. Z, hello. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for enjoying the content. I hope you enjoy the future content I create as well. It's not even about sex, they are too, but they easily overlap all over the place. We're just humans, but some folks need to understand their boxes. I myself used to be huge about sports. I think the thing is, so I like to think of it in terms of like relativity a lot. Obviously, when you take relativity into account in physics, your frame of reference matters. Depending on your perspective, what you observe is gonna change. It's the same with, I think, anything. I like to think that way. Your perspective isn't true or false, it's just your perspective. It's gonna change how you perceive the world. The issue comes when people only recognize their own perspective as the truth. Scientifically, that has like almost never been the case. Like in physics, it's not the case. It's not the case in pretty much like even like in philosophy, of course, your perspective is the entire point. There's no general truth. What do you work during the day? Well, I am a programmer. In tech, and it's oversaturated right now, at least in the US. Well, it is oversaturated. There's definitely a lot of luck in finding a gig. What you need to do is just consistently look, and eventually you'll find something. Having a good portfolio, of course, helps. So the more projects you create, higher risk, higher chance of you finding a gig, and you can show them what you've created, and that makes you kind of, you know, stand out. One Chaos, Dinky, how did you get into programming? I wanted to make games when I was like 13 years old, and that's when I started learning programming. So when I was 13, I started learning, at first, Java. I remember going to a library and I rented this Java book. I didn't understand shit. Holy fuck. But then I was like watching things, and then I eventually what was I gonna say? And eventually I learned C# and Unity Engine, and then I learned some OpenGL and C++, and things just spiraled from there. Are lives something rare here? I kinda wanna sleep. Feel free to sleep. Don't worry, I'm gonna try to stream more. I know people have requested it. I'm just kind of like... It's hard to stream. But you can watch the VOD as well. I don't know how long I'm gonna continue streaming, but the VOD will be up. Are you living the programmer dream right now? I wouldn't say I'm living the programmer dream. It's... You know... I have never experienced a gig where you work on something that's like your passion project. The best advice I can give if you wanna, you know, do computer science or programming, like value your own personal passion projects a lot. And everything that's for work, keep that separate. Don't pour your heart and soul into something for work that's for a company. Working with clients can be some of the most soul-draining shit. Exactly. Like, it can be terrible. Especially when you're, like, kind of autistic like me. When you try to analyze things. I kind of, You have two different stream outputs to display Twitch chat on YouTube. What do you mean? Is it only... It might only be displaying... I'll try, hold on. I'm not entirely sure why it's only displaying... Let's see. There. I only see Twitch chat. Okay, if you're on YouTube, just try to say some random stuff. Boom. Fixed. I closed the YouTube chat by accident. My bad. Now you can cross chat. Some random stuff. Hello. Oh. I hope no one gets timed out by the fucking bot. Hello Cyrano, hello. Love watching your videos on YouTube. I'm glad you like them. Why do all autistic people I know use Linux and are programmers? The thing is, like, autism is obviously a spectrum. However, programming is like one of those things that requires problem solving and pattern recognition. And a lot of autistic people naturally like that kind of stuff, including myself. Like, I remember I got diagnosed when I was 14, and they made me like do like lots of tests. It was like 3 hours of just fucking like random tests. Some of them I really enjoyed, like the pattern recognition test. And yeah, like Bin Below said, Linux is also very customizable, so you can make your operating system perfectly match your preferences. Something that isn't possible with Linux. It's why I also say I would prefer using macOS over Windows, because macOS is more customizable than people think it is. There's a clone of me on Twitch. Two Ellens. That's crazy. In this house, I have this thing. I don't remember setting... I don't remember, like... I don't even... Like, I don't remember building half this shit. I don't remember. Bin blow. I'm not laughing at your name, it's kind of funny. Bin blow. It's a good name. Like Dinky is a funny name as well. Bin blow. Do you ever plan to try out LFS? I mean, why not? Like, like, would it be any different? It would just be more stable, would it not? Or no, sorry, Linux from scratch. Yeah, never mind. Take everything I say back. No, I would not want to try Linux from scratch. Maybe eventually I'll work on a project for it and I'll try it out, but I would never use it as my main operating system. It's too much. It's too much. It's like when people ask, like what are your opinions on Gen 2? Gen 2 is too much. I don't want to have to compile literally everything myself, only to have it be diminished by the fact that I use proprietary software. I need proprietary drivers. I need proprietary software such as Resolve Studio or Bitwig. On my university, the psychologist faculty made some studies about autistic people in different faculties. Turned out my faculty, the computer science one, had the most people on the spectrum. I wonder, because I would imagine there to be lots of autistic people in math and that kind of stuff as well. I just saw the beginning of your Linux video. Thanks in advance. I'm using Bazite right now. Bazite is great for beginners. It reduces the risk of you accidentally messing something up quite significantly. I hope you like it. Gen 2 has binary compatibility. I know. It's just, it feels like, because a lot of the people that use Gen 2, they tend to be kind of like anti-pre-compilation, compile your own software purists, and when like you use Gen 2, when they're like, they see you use software that's pre-compiled, it's like, what's the point? NixOS. Good operating system. I was diagnosed when I was 4. I am now studying mechanical engineering. I wish I was diagnosed earlier. I had to go through a lot of like pain because I was diagnosed when I was 14. That's like a large amount of time where you have to just suffer in like regular school, and it wasn't really a good experience, but it is what it is. I have autism since I was 9, and I graduated as game design, and I'm studying computer engineer 3rd year at the moment. My dad went until 40 before he got diagnosed with ADHD. But but it was called Asperger's syndrome at the time. Yeah, they changed the... I think it's ICD-11, maybe. They changed a lot of definitions. I don't know. Because Asperger's syndrome is a type of high-functioning autism, right? Because I know, like, some people on the spectrum can have, like, severe impairments in, like, speech. I used to be very bad at talking, but then I had to go through some speech therapy, and it helped, you know? I wasn't, of course, like, awful, but it was definitely not good. I'm still not very good at talking, but especially when I have to do it, like, to a person face to face. Like, that shit just, like, instinctively adds a lot of stress. But it's just one of those things you deal with as an autistic person. "40% of children here suffer violence." It sounds like you live in a country with a very negligent government, which sucks. I love compiling, it's fun sometimes. I love compiling my own code. You know when you just download like a GitHub project and like they don't even fucking write the dependencies? Like, holy shit, do you really want me to figure out everything myself? Usually that's only an issue with like C or C++. Do you have any advice on starting YouTube? Do your best. Remember to have thick skin. Creating content, inevitably, like, you'll get hatred. Just prepare for it, you know? You know, create things that you love creating. It's fun creating things, but you do need to remember that when you become somewhat of a public figure, people will immediately assume things about you when they don't even know you. And that's kind of a strange thing to experience at first. But it's very nice creating things. Content creation is definitely like one of my biggest hobbies, whether it's music, because I like creating music as well. Humans are such strange creatures. I think that's like one of the key hallmarks of being like autistic, is when you can observe humans and you can kind of somehow like alienate yourself from them. And I do this all the time. You can like observe people and you can view them as a complete separate thing. You don't feel like you're part of them. And that's like, if you're autistic, obviously you feel different. Would you ever do content creation full time? I would like to create software that people want to use. So if I do content creation full time, I still want to like create stuff. Like, you know, I also want to do game dev. I just want to do so many things. I don't think I could do one thing at a time. But obviously, if I had the opportunity to not have to like work for clients and completely work for myself, I would do it. Sometimes, you know, you take on some contract and it's a fun project, but working on stuff you do yourself is definitely gonna beat that over time. But it's like a dream. Do you have any thoughts on the Godot game engine? I like Godot. I used to not like it, but now there's Rust bindings for it. I don't know, there used to be for quite a time, but I think I've tried the Rust bindings and you can use Godot with Rust. To me, that's like the biggest like thing. If I can use my favorite programming language with Godot, which I can now, the engine's like 10 times better. Probably more. I can use the engine. I like it though. I'm probably gonna use it for my game projects, either Godot or what's it called? Bevy. Bevy's a nice framework. Programming my own game engine with Raylib and C++. It uses 100 megabytes of RAM at runtime. That's impressive. It's always admirable when people create their own game engines, because it's like... it's such a hard task. Like I'm half step removed, like I'm watching my life and all the rest as an audience member. I relate to that a lot, yeah. The way I combat that is by looking into nature. Because while I can't see myself as part of like a group of people, I can see myself as part of nature, like as a whole. And just like going to a forest and living in a forest for a while is like the best thing ever. It's like the best therapy I can ever think of. I read like a funny article that some country, I think it was like Switzerland or something, they said that like going to like a forest in Sweden is now like a validated form of therapy. And I completely agree with that. Gender Burger, hello, good night. Is that like good night as in you're going to sleep, or good night as in hello? It's a good night. It's actually 5 a.m. soon here. I'm probably gonna call it when it's like 6 a.m. At most, I'm gonna stream until 6 a.m. Because it's like soon 5 a.m. That's insane. Cat in the forest. That's a combination. A little hike always ground me as a little. It grounds me, but it also gives you what you would call the oceanic feeling, as Freud described it, where you feel like just one part of like the massiveness of like the entire world and nature. And that's like, it's insane. It's just it's one of those feelings to live for. And it's strange how nobody says goodnight as a welcome. Well, it's because you usually sleep when it's night, isn't it? So usually when you say good night, it's like good night, but you're not gonna hear from me anymore because I'm gonna sleep. Hiking should not be an UNC activity. It's so underrated. I don't think it's an UNC activity. In school here in Sweden, you used to do orientation. I don't know if that's what it's called in English. They give you a compass, they give you a map, and they throw you in the forest, and you need to like go to specific places in the forest and like find like these things that you like mark your paper with. And they do that like once every year. I loved it. The only not fun part is they usually put you with like some random person in the class, and that sucked. Because, you know. Hello from greetings from Argentina, hello. Orientating is taught in the Scouts. Here it's just in school. I'm from Sweden, yes. I was born here. Born and raised. Would love to see that country sometime in my lifetime. It is a very nice country. It has many nice cities, but nothing beats the nature. To me, if you visit this country, you need to visit nature. People are usually also very nice, very introverted though, which obviously, like, including myself, but Because I imagine the US, like, people are very open and they will talk to you. Not here. How do you deal with it being so dark in the winter? I love it. This is gonna sound edgy as fuck, but I love the darkness. I love when... Yeah, that does sound very edgy. I should probably phrase that differently. I love when... Because here's the thing. When it's very sunny outside, you feel kind of guilty that you're not out there and, like, enjoying it. But when it's night, you can just... You reach the flow state 24/7. Is Sweden a good place for immigrants? I don't know. Immigrants get a lot of hate in Sweden. Online, in real life, it's fine. It's kind of like a phenomena that's happening in the world. People shit on immigrants all the time. And it gets worse in Sweden as well. But compared to other countries, I would say it's still quite a lot better. In real life, I haven't encountered any of that kind of hate. Ever. It's just an online thing. When it hits you, how do you cope with the thought of not existing someday? So I think about my own mortality quite a lot. And it is one of those things where you have, obviously... Me as a person, I can view life from multiple different perspectives, and I recognize all of them. I don't have one specific view. So to me, the only scary part of death is, what if I have a perspective that's extremely unpleasant at the time where I die? Right? I want, like, when I die, I want to be ready for it. What Aubrey said, like, Dinky is so right about wanting to do everything. I have like 20 hobbies, I can't do them all. It is impossible. I don't think there's not enough life to do all of the things that I want to do, and that's unfortunate. But also, I don't think of death as like a bad thing necessarily. Like, in the end, we're just matter, and the rest of the universe is also just matter. The reason we view ourselves as separate entities from the universe is because we have an ego. And when you die, your ego dies with you. If you have a psychedelic experience with high doses of psychedelics, you'll also notice ego death is like sometimes a symptom you'll experience, and often it feels like a death. Because that is what death is, in the end. And that's fine. Like, I'm fine with death. I've accepted it, right? So I don't really think I need to cope with it. At least there isn't ice in Sweden. I only understand what they meant now. I was like, there's definitely... I thought the exact same thing when I read it. Like, yeah, it's fucking cold here, dude. There's so much ice. But the US... I don't know what the fuck... I don't even know what it stands for in the US, the acronym. There's no... Or sorry, abbreviation. There's no, government agency that snatches people from the streets randomly. Also, to become a police officer here, you need to go through like 4 years of training. In the US, I've heard it's like, you just do it for like a month. Or something like that. Maybe it's wrong. There's a lot of, you know, fake information about how things are in the US, and I don't want to assume things. Why does every conversation about ego somehow relate to psychedelics? It is simple. So, there's a book that Aldous Huxley wrote, Doors of Perception. It's very famous. It's kind of like, how would you say it? Like, oh, it's the book people recommend, right? But it's true because in that book, he compares perception as a filter. And everything you perceive around you is filtered by your mind, and psychedelics reduce that filter. And as a result, your ego starts to diminish. And so psychedelics have this effect where they can affect your ego immediately. Without it, usually it's hard to like force an ego change in your life. So psychedelics would basically be used as a tool to break your ego. So it's directly linked to your ego. It's called Doors of Perception. It's by Aldous Huxley. I don't really like him as a person, but that's a good book. It's very short. It's like a short story. It's kind of like a book everyone talks about and recommend, like as like a pop psychedelic stuff. But I think it's a good introduction. Immigration and customs enforcement. Yeah. It's strange, you know? The US is a country built on immigration. What would your last meal be? You would not like my answer. It wouldn't be anything fancy, I assure you. It would be the kind of comfort food I just ate as a child, and I still eat now, actually, which is like, it's literally, I swear if you say goldfish or something, no, it's okay. So it's literally just pancakes with like strawberry jam and cream, and maybe like mashed potatoes and like sausage and like stuff like that. Like a fucking food you would eat. Just, I don't know. I'm a big mashed potatoes fan myself, personally. To experience all the hatred of humanity when we could create paradise. You know, it is insane. Of course, the Dinky plays WoW. This isn't WoW, this is Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, I expected worse from your hesitation. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, people, they're like fucking... This is WoW for queers. I mean, yeah, that's basically what this is. Dinky, do you believe in God? I don't believe in God as in how most people... Because here's the thing. When you have a term such as God, where literally every person you ask internally has a different definition for God, how am I supposed to say... I don't want to sound like Jordan Peterson, like, oh, define God. I don't want to sound like him. However, it's true in this case. I will say, like, a lot of people have taken psychedelics and they report extremely spiritual experiences, even without being religious themselves. It's like these like references to like gods and angels. It's immediately something that becomes kind of baked into your consciousness. It makes me think, I do think religion could be a result of use of psychedelics. If you think about it, the Aztecs used psychedelics as therapy, as medicine for a very long time. We know long time, there's like drawings on like stone of mushrooms and stuff in like, I think Mesopotamia. Ancient people absolutely love getting high, exactly. And also, like, some leaves would be performance enhancing. They would chew on those leaves. Like, holy shit, the drug consumption back in the day was insane. Makes me think, what if modern society is actually a result of the imagination and the creativity that stemmed from drug use? Humans, like Homo sapiens sapiens, we've existed for like 200,000 years, majority of which we were just cave people, like completely oblivious to everything. To me, maybe like this is just like bro science, I know, but like maybe as a result of use of psychedelics, that's like what sparked human, like true conscious evolution. It's who the fuck knows. I like alcohol. Personally, I'm not a fan of alcohol unless it's like occasional premium pear cider. It's premium Swedish cider. Paradise wouldn't fuel oil. Yeah, but have you thought of like fusion energy? Maybe one day. Even monkeys eat overly ripe fruits because they start to ferment alcohol. I didn't even know that. Have you heard of pharmacopoeia? Pharmacopoeia. I have not, no. I will bookmark that though. About God, I used to think that it's just a single entity. Hello, Marceline. I used to think it was a single entity without any name, or it's not defined by any religion, but now, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't... Hi, are you playing on Linux? Yes, I'm on Arch. I will never not use Linux for anything. Just, I'm never using Windows. I think the human representation of God is wrong because our anthropification of it. God is... Yeah, I think I agree. We've I can't say that word. Anthropomorphic? I don't know. Anthropomorphized God, yes. Anthropomorphized. That is a big word. There are certain words that I need to like be able to like read in order to pronounce them properly, because I just like can't remember it. I'm not really shocked I spelled that right on the first try. I remember like there's like just those words, you know. Does anything exist outside the bounds of our universe? It's one of the questions. Dinky yap plus bowl of spaghetti. I'm usually not a person who yaps. I'm not a yapper, but maybe that's why I don't stream often. I'm surprised I know how to spell miscellaneous correctly. I don't think I could spell miscellaneous correctly. I remember I used to have trouble with the word beautiful, but then I remembered how to spell it. Miscellaneous, I would just shorten it to like misc. M-I-C, M-I-S-C. I guess the interpretation of God I accept is that God is everything. I mean, yeah, that's also like a very kind of like psychedelic hippie way of viewing it, because people are like, oh my God, I melted into the universe and everything and I became God, I became Gaia, because that is I think that is what Gaia is. It's like the one God. Gotta go sleep. Enjoy your sleep, Ellen. Have a good night. I'm a good yapper and you're a good chatter as well. But everything is God, nothing is God. Well, that depends, because, like, again, that's like, how would you say it? That's like, you know, one of the paradoxes. Like, oh yeah, well, how do you separate entities when everything is technically just part of the same, like soup of matter? I think spirituality presents the concept of God. Spinozist interpretation of God, pantheism, is literally that. God is nature and nature is God. Those are like one of the interpretations I would be more, you know, happy to kind of understand and believe in. Because that's like one interpretation that isn't like dumbed down. I found your accent so interesting. I'm kind of curious. Why do your E sounds like your nose is clogged? Because, yeah, that's just one of the classic Swedish accent things. So I say, because, oh my god. It's kind of, like, embarrassing. I can't pronounce, like, the letter I. In Swedish, it's E. It's just what it sounds like, E. I'm also from, like, the place I grew up in Sweden. It's kind of made fun of for being like, oh yeah, people here sound like they're like so full of themselves and like posh and whatever the fuck, and they have this accent. But it's not really something I can change, so it is what it is. God is non-binary like you. Genuinely can't pronounce you. Wait, you, I, and I'm mad because I'm not entirely You can't pronounce the letter I? I mean, it's just a pronunciation, right? Your. Oh, you can't pronounce my way of saying... Okay, that's interesting. Like what's a word in Swedish that starts with I? Like, there's the word for, like, inside, it's inne. It's like, how am I supposed... You know, if you, like... try to pronounce some Swedish words like that, maybe it'll be... Why do some religious put gender on a literal infinite being? But it's just so reductive, right? Here's the thing. I don't like looking at something people do, whether it's in religion, and just saying, oh my god, that's so stupid. Because it's like, I'm not doing that to make myself feel superior. It's just, but it's true. Like, if God is this supposedly incredible being, how are we as humans even supposed to be able to understand that kind of concept? You know? So if there's someone that's like a religious fanatic and they think they understand, like, their religion perfectly, like, it's, to be honest, if a human can understand something so profound, then it's not profound at all. The really interesting things are the things that, you know, we can't understand, which is why like science, and the frontier is very interesting. From a linguistic standpoint, your E pronunciation is likely weird because in Swedish E is nasal, and nasal basically means you pronounce it with your nose closed. Yeah. I mean, when I speak in English, I kind of have a nasal way of speaking as well because, well, I mean, that's how it is in Swedish. I think it's maybe similar in other Scandinavian languages as well, but Swedish maybe is slightly more than others. What made you realize you didn't have to fit the gender binary? Simply, honestly, I've always never wanted or felt comfortable being put in a box. But what made me actually say, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna express myself. It's just confidence, right? It takes time. But it's confidence. Once you're confident enough to express yourself, slowly and surely you'll, you know, kind of evolve that part. What game is this? This is Final Fantasy XIV. Took me so long to start expressing myself. Yeah, same. I mean, it's a struggle in a way. Can you speak Swedish to give us a baseline of your speaking? I spoke it earlier. Men ja, jag kan tala lite svenska. Jag vet inte vad jag ska säga, men förhoppningsvis så är det här nog med svenska för typ som en referens. Så du kan veta hur svenska låter. Väldigt många tycker att svenska språket låter väldigt sjungigt på sätt och vis. And that's my Swedish. One thing people do in Swedish is sometimes, this depends on your accent, it's common to pronounce your R's very, very heavily, like riktigt. Which sometimes, for some words I do it, but for others, I just say riktigt. Swedish sounds fun to speak. One thing people don't know about Swedish is actually a tonal language. So there's words, for instance, there's one word spelt, for instance, A-N-D-E-N. It's one word. Depending on the tone you use, it means a different thing. So there's anden and anden, which means two different things. And there's a lot of words that are like that. It's not exactly like Chinese, because Chinese is like almost entirely tonal, right? But in Swedish, it's just some words. But you get used to it, right? Pitch accent. Yeah, pitch accent. That's what I meant, not tonal. I get this confused. I'm not very good with language. I'm by no means an expert. So, quick question. How often do you stream? Not very often, but I want to try doing it more. Which is why I'm doing it today. I kind of wanted to test things, you know? Make sure everything is cool and works, and linguistics is so interesting. It is such a cool subject. I wish I studied it more. It's just, man, I need to focus on my computer stuff. There's not enough time for me to study linguistics on top of everything that I already want to study. I've been getting into studying more pharmacology and chemistry as well. So I used to study those two when I was small, and I'm just trying to learn more and more about this subject. Hypothetically, if you met God, what would be your first criticism of the world and humanity, given that everything is his deliberate, judged creation? Again, I don't subscribe to that idea of God. I don't think I could have a conversation with God. I think this way of communicating between humans, communicating ideas and whatever, I don't think that's something you do with such an entity. I just think that's redundant. In like the standard monotheistic religions, sure, I guess you could have that conversation theoretically, but that's just so reductive to me. I don't think, and that's not interesting to me. I jump around so much. I'm the epitome of jack of all trades, master of none, but I enjoy it so much, so I'm not bothered. I honestly think, I think it's good to be jack of all trades, maybe slightly better in one or two of the trades. Because here's the thing, I think it's possible to be a master of one trade and know a lot about other trades. Yeah, like I think you can be very good in one thing, okay in other things, and you know, and that's fine. Like, I don't think, just because you want to master a subject, it means you're going to be dog shit at all other things in life. There's certainly things that, I personally, some things people take for granted, that I suck at, but, you know, it is what it is. Temple OS. I don't know. What OS would God use? Autistic knowledge maxing. That's kind of... yeah, that's a good definition of... Give this one to Terry. I mean, sure. Let's say it's Temple OS. He worked hard for it, for sure. Good night, Note Cartel. Enjoy your sleep. Would Claude use Microsoft? Oh god. I was about to get really confused. Like, sure. Would God use Microsoft Copilot on desktop? I like to think that if God was a singular entity with preferences and opinions, that God would not use Microsoft software. What's your favorite job in Final Fantasy XIV? I main Scholar. I like playing Sage and Astro a lot. I like playing Red Mage a lot as well. There's a lot of classes I like, but I main Healer when I raid and do stuff like that. Because I'm just used to it. Francis dishing, micro slop, and forking LibreOffice. That's good. That's perfect. I'm a big fan of what France is doing. I don't think governments should ever use closed source software because, well, that means you rely, like, dude, your government should not rely on a company. Like, that's terrible. That's like a single point of failure. Holy shit, that's awful. Carl Johnson. I don't define myself in any label. Other people can label me however they please, but I don't think that's interesting. I look and behave the way I do. Which phone do you use? I use an iPhone 16 Pro. If I could choose, I would use an Android device, but being able to shoot, like, film in log format is very important. Which is why, because you can, on iPhone devices, you can film in log format and encode your stuff into, like, ProRes. It's just really good if you want to actually film something quickly and be able to color grade it. I am. Yeah, that's the perfect way to describe yourself. I just am. Like, when I speak about things, I don't want to, like, only refer to things as in, like, just philosophical, like, jargon, but you do need to not oversimplify things and, like, try to be super, like, hierarchical with your labels and boxes. It's just not interesting to me. What characters do you play in Deadlock? I play Apollo. By the way, Apollo in Deadlock is literally a red mage in Final Fantasy. There's even, like, an ability called Riposte. I think it's one of the... Yeah, it's the first... It's this thing. Wait. This is Final Fantasy XIV. It's an MMORPG by Square Enix. This is Riposte. And then you can do this, and then you can do one of these. And, very cool. I also play, I play Silver, I play Ivy, I play Mina. I like Mina a lot. Yeah, you can play Final Fantasy XIV on Linux. It runs flawlessly on Linux. Opinions on Genshin Impact. I don't play it. I've never tried it, so I can't really have an opinion. I've never really played a gacha game in general. What are you playing? Final Fantasy XIV. I need to, like... Wait. How do I pin this? There. Boom. Genshin permanently gouged a piece of my soul. Well... Like, I don't know, is that like one of the games where you have to pay a lot of money to play it? Because I imagine it like as somewhat like a gambling game. What's your typing speed? Oh my god, last time I streamed I did a type test. I think I do like 140 words per minute. Yeah, somewhere around that, like 140 words per minute. Let's see. You can spend thousands and not even max out your character. It's ridiculous. This is a free-to-play game. Bubble Puddle. I find it so coincidental that the day I decided to try Linux would be the day you put out that video. I installed Cache on the spare HDD and the installation was a breeze. I'm glad you like Linux. A lot of people have a very bad first experience for some reason, but maybe that's just the people that talk about it, because a lot of people maybe install it and find nothing, you know, interesting to say, but I hope a lot of people managed to, you know, get some assistance with my content, Linux related content. Game name? It's Final Fantasy 14. I have it pinned in the YouTube chat. It's fine, I don't mind repeating it every time someone's curious. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? That's like one of the questions people ask, like when you look for like a job. I can't predict what's gonna happen to me in 10 years, honestly. I don't even know where I see myself next year. How can a person learn reverse engineering? Probably finding vulnerabilities in games and software. If you have like a free and open non-online game, so you don't fuck over other people, but you try to like hack, create, you know, some cheats in free-to-play single-player games, of course. That's like a good way to learn reverse engineering. This like map, this place in Final Fantasy 14, this is how I imagine what Texas is like in the US. This whole stream is an interview. Well, it is a Q&A stream. That is basically what it is. Are you flying on a piece of toast with jam? Yeah, that is this mount. It's supposed to be a card, but it's like, it's, you know, it's the toast. I also have, there's also this car. Wait, fuck. This car that you can have, and there's like a cat, and it can fly. We have a ghost town here in the US like this. If I ever were to visit the US, this is the place I would like to go to. Because this is like what I imagine the US to be like. I don't know, it's just... like, I don't want to visit some big city, I would just want to visit like a place that is... where there's like no one. Diluted Pilk, that is definitely a good name. Why would you dilute your Pilk? Tender Valley is just Tucson, Arizona. It is 5 AM. I'm probably going to end the stream at 6 AM because it's getting super late. It's literally morning. I'll do Since you mentioned it, let's do that dungeon. Lowrider mount goes hard. Let's do Tender Valley. Fuck, oh my god. I keep pressing the wrong thing. What's the game you were playing? Did you say what it was previously? This is Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know how pinned things work in on YouTube. Don't you see the pinned message? Because I genuinely have no idea. Anyways, you can do this. Game name counter. The pin message is at the top of the chat, always visible. That's crazy. Okay, let's see Tux in Arizona. Tender Valley. It's like 5 AM. It's probably gonna take ages to find a fucking match. It doesn't have FF14 title on the YouTube. Yeah, but can you even do that? Because I know on Twitch I have it set like this is the game. My name was originally Diluted Sprite, but I changed it to Pilk for the funny super long ago. Both names are good. Because Diluted Sprite makes sense, but Diluted Pilk is like, what did you dilute it with? My own code is GPL2. I usually use the MIT permissive license when I create stuff. It's just because it's what I'm used to, but... Someone who's never played Final Fantasy XIV, should I start? It looks interesting. Tucson is pronounced Tucson. Tucson? Really? How? That's insane. Tucson. Tucson? Really? It's like... Because I think of like Tuscan, like Tuscany. I guess Tucson, that's insane. Yeah, so this game, there's a free trial up until level 70. It does limit you, like you can't use like the market in-game for like the in-game money and whatever, but... You should use the free trial to get the first, like the first storyline in the game done. Because like there's these expansions, and each expansion has its like own story, and the first one, holy fuck, it's a pain to get over. Can't whisper people, guild cap 300k. Yeah, it does limit you quite a lot. But once you buy the game and get like the expansion, it's subscription based, so you need to pay like 8 euros a month. If your subscription runs out, you'll still have your character, but to play you need to get another subscription. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the OpenBSD mascot? I've never seen it, to be honest. I'm not OpenBSD pilled yet. There's like the... Because when I think of OpenBSD people, I think of those like true, like real, like based open source fanatics that are like... that don't have like a sliver of... what the fuck are they called? Like pre-compiled software on their computer and like, you know, like insane stuff like that. Rock the real one. Enjoy your day or evening. Goodbye. ARR relic weapons, don't remember the name, made me want to grind the game so hard. ARR relic, I've heard that the grind is fucking terrible. I don't know. I've done like some of the relics, like the Bosnia one, the current one, but I don't want to like, I don't know. Too much grind. Shiny rare stuff. Yeah, that's why I also have the toast mount. This thing's not very easy to get. You have to like do everything in the game. Holy shit. Yeah, this is the flying toast. Okay, I need this game now. I don't know if you said this, but are you Brazilian? Because I know Brazilian people laugh like that, like this. Unless I'm mistaken. Well, not laugh, like that's how you like write the laughter. If I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's a cackle. I think that's just how you like do it. But the thing with the reverse engineering in the USA is that it has some legalities. Yeah. But let us just like look. Like, I'm not gonna officially condone anything here, but just do it. In game, of course, not in real life. Like, as long as you're not hurting anyone or exploiting anyone, why the fuck does it matter? Sometimes I forget that it's just in Brazil where we laugh like that. Now this place looks like the state of New Mexico. I mean, even like in the story, in the voice lines, usually it's like some like different accents the voice actors have, but here it's literally just like the American accent. I know there's many accents in like in the United States, but this is basically the United States. That is like the fucking, it's like some desert. I know the US doesn't look like this, but I just think it's kind of funny. How out of all of the places they decided to have people with American accents in like this area. It's mostly that companies have to worry about the legal situation with the reverse engineering more than individuals. Legally, yeah. I mean, you need to have a license, right? You need to license your stuff. You need to make sure that you're not liable if someone reverse engineers it and stuff like that. It's nice romanticism. This game romanticizes a lot of like inspiration from different countries and whatnot. It is like relatively silly. It's not like a hyper serious realistic game, obviously not. It's a like high fantasy MMORPG. What game is this? I don't even know. Are people just like joking when they say that at this point? It's Final Fantasy 14. You can do cool things like this. Thinky, could you imitate the American accent? I cannot. I would just embarrass myself. Do you recommend dual booting? I do. Like, if you have to choose between not using Linux or dual booting with Linux, 100% do it. Just try to be safe. Back up your data. If you don't have much storage. Are you capped everything or still working? Leveling? Oh, like in terms of classes, this is what I have. I started playing in Dawn Trail expansion, like 7.2. And like, or like 7.1 even. And like the first like fucking 300 hours was me just getting up to Dawn Trail. So, because I took my time with it, I didn't speedrun this story, but I'm not gonna find a specific dungeon, so let's just do something like this before I end the stream, because I should probably lower the volume first. Actually really enjoyed what FF did with Dawn Trail and exploring different cultures. I thought the journey was fun. I love the raids in Dawn Trail a lot. NixOS boy. NixOS is nice. I love NixOS.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
I wouldn't use it permanently, but okay, hold on, I'm just gonna like lock in for this opener. Let's see, this guy. This guy. I forgot divination, whatever. I'm reading chat, so I'm not really focused. For my desktop and home server on NixOS, and my laptops on Void. I've tried Void. I didn't like XBPS. I thought the package manager was overly... maybe I just didn't get used to it properly, but I thought it was kind of convoluted. This is an endgame dungeon. I hope I'm not spoiling anyone, so... This is gonna make me want to play again. I mean... Like, this is... I love this game. XBPS does have some odd moments, I find, but I love how fast my laptop's boot on Void.
One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
And here we use Macrocosmos, because there's a raid wide in the beginning. And now it's like everyone's health wasn't even touched. Paru or Yay? I know Paru's supposedly better, it's arch-based and whatever, but I use Yay because it's like an old habit. Okay, and now I need to do my opener properly. So boom, it's like that. It's like that. It's like that. Anyone has issues with ThinkPad speakers sounding horrible? What model are we talking about? think it was this one. I did some research on dual booting on a single SSD and heard that Windows removed the grub boot manager during update. Yeah, you do want to try to have 2 drives. That's my recommendation. Will you start announcing streams in the Discord? I mean, I could. Why not?
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
This was mostly like a test, which is why I kind of didn't pay too much attention to it. I literally forgot to set up like the chat in the fucking beginning. Good night, Bubble Puddle. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy the next 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna call it when it's 6 AM. I have some work that I need to get done. Keep in mind that Linux is a mess with secure boot. Oh my god, I used to actually, every time, when I was dual booting Windows, this was when I still had Windows 11 and Linux dual boot, because I was playing like, I was playing some games, and I wasn't like ready to just sacrifice that. I used to literally have to disable secure boot every time for my BIOS. Every time I switch to Windows, holy fuck, I need to go to the BIOS, disable secure boot. Like, it's just not a good experience. But look, I would still pick that over not using Linux at all. But if I had to, if I was forced to, I would sacrifice quite a lot. Good night, Pienza? I think it's, I don't know how to pronounce the name properly. Enjoy your sleep. Yeah, like the standard Windows requiring secure boot, fucking TPM version 2, a specific fucking computer processor, like dude, holy shit. In all the dungeons, I love this part, because it's like kind of creative, and dungeons in this game usually aren't very creative, but like on healer, Astral Legion's probably the worst here, because your personal damage is so low compared to other healers. I mean, you are a raid buff job. I guess most of that won't be understood by anyone here that doesn't play this game. It's not shenanigans, it actually means stuff. Oh my god, this guy's fucking eating shit right now. Free open source is the future. I hope more governments follow the example of France and choose their software that they use very carefully. What would you suggest to someone for dual booting if they only have a single SSD slot? Maybe try, if a single dual booter is not working, like if grub isn't working, try system D. Back up your data. Have good backups, okay? Even if it's online backups, just like do your best to have like that kind of safety. Why have a Linux alive? Why not have a Linux live USB? Well, it's gonna run slower, is it not? From the USB. Like, it's good to just have a proper installation, you know? Although maybe you can have an external drive, like an external SSD, that's possible, right? If you can't upgrade your computer. It will. Hilariously, Cache OS runs faster on USB than Windows does installed. Usually I would say that's crazy, but it's Windows.
Memories from an age ripe
Isn't a USB more prone to corruption too?
desperation will serve
I guess
well.
potentially. Maybe you just have to get a really high quality
The enemy
USB
is at the
stick,
gate.
but like...
To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
But yeah, Windows dual boot, it's not the best. It's why, if I really had to use Windows, I would actually just have GPU pass-through and a virtual machine. Because that way you can get mostly the exact same performance as Windows. Sure, maybe having a VM will slightly decrease your performance on Windows because it's, you know, it's more work for your CPU, but like GPU pass-through is a pain with only one GPU though. Yes, holy fuck, I've tried it with one GPU. You don't want to do it. No, just get like cheap graphics card that you can temporarily use for Linux, you know?
Amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Easier said than done. GPU pass-through, it isn't easy to get done. It's kind of a pain,
It is the midst of the
but
storm, sir.
I would pick that over using Windows. I know most people wouldn't, but... For vertical GPU users. Do you mean like those extension slots that let you have the graphics card in like the vertical orientation? They look nice. I don't have them personally, but I once booted Windows, it broke my Linux distro. When I had my Linux Windows dual boot and I had them on separate drives, I had a few issues sometimes, but it wasn't catastrophic. I never had like the terrible issues where my computers fucking died, but I want an eGPU. Don't all new like AMD Ryzen CPUs have just integrated? I'm glad I'm just doing a dungeon, because if this was like a Savage raid, I would not be able to focus on chat. But these I can basically just autopilot through.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Main issue, there is no open source software for my laptop fan and performance control on Linux. That's the thing, because when you purchase a laptop with Linux specifically in mind, you want to stick to a few specific vendors
Future.
that you confirm work well with Linux. I completely forgot to use my fucking raid buff. Maybe I'm not that late. I've recently seen a person with his cloud storage as RAM. Jesus Christ. Contemplating installing KD Plasma just so I can make it look all like the Factory UI. I've actually never thought about that. That would be crazy. Okay. What does this look like, I wonder? I guess, like, nothing. I got on a ThinkPad cult. What do I do now? I guess I can see what it looks like now. That's not too bad. I have... yeah. Subscription-based CPU. I mean, isn't that the entire fucking thing with this game streaming thing? Like Google Stadia or whatever the fuck it was. And it failed miserably. Like... I find it kind of funny, right? Because aren't like this ultra-capitalists like entire thing about owning things? Like, holy shit, I want to own all this stuff. And like they imagine like any other ideology as like you can't own shit. But what's happening now is just it's all just subscription-based fucking nonsense. Like, I'm sorry, I don't wanna... That, I thought I would not fall through that. TARP. Corporatism is basically capitalism plus corporativism. I haven't really... They own the stuff they don't want other people to. Don't you not own Steam games? Like you only own the license? Yeah. But, I mean, there's a difference. So, the thing is, some subscription-based software and services, like I understand that because it's a live service, but hardware, physical things like a computer, like holy fuck. I mean, like that shit you should not like be renting or subscribing to. You buy it, it's yours, you're free to do whatever the fuck you want to do with it. And there are some games that don't have any like DRM, and you can just install it and share it and it's yours. You can fucking have it on like a USB drive or a CD. You could put the data on like a M disk if you want to go that route, so it will last like 5,000 years, or however long M disks are rated for. Someone asked about accent. We've spoken about it. Anyways, it is 5:57. I am probably gonna call it here. I'll do my best to try to stream more. There's actually Final Fantasy 14 expansion, not expansion, but like patch soon. I'll probably do a gaming stream whenever that is out. I also want to do like live Linux theming. where I create the theme just from scratch. So no, it's fine. You can ask it. My accent, it's a Swedish accent. When the VOD is up, you can try to find that conversation. But yeah. It's just the way I learned English was from obviously looking at a lot of English media. Well, like whether it's from the UK or the United States, a lot of media is from there. So that's how I learned English. I guess that's like with that combined with, you know, just learning English in school, that's just kind of like the accent I've developed. I think it's kind of similar to general Swedish accents though. Learning Neri theming on stream. I could do that actually, yeah. I'm trying to improve my English skills, by the way. Oh my god, I mean, media is very, very useful. Like singing as well with like different songs and whatever. I'm gonna switch to this view that I made in like 5 seconds. I hope everyone has a good day and a good night or evening or whatever time it is. It's 6 a.m. here. I woke up at like 1 a.m. so I'm actually gonna have to wake up properly now. Because I basically started streaming like an hour after I woke up, but right as I joined. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We've been streaming for a long time. It's been like a few hours, like 4 hours, I think. But you can watch the VOD. Goodbye, everyone. I will try to stream more. I will also try to announce it beforehand. This was so random, but hope everyone has a good day.